All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank God it's Friday. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And good afternoon. I see some greetings. Ẹkáàbọ, Abi. It's evening, Abi. Ẹkáàbọ. Ẹkáàbọ. Good to see you too, sir. Hey, issue ni Ashota or you. Somebody said something, but I can't really see it. Oh, okay. Diamental, God bless you for all you do. Amen. God bless you too, sir. Thank you very much. How we go do this clothes now? I will be putting my hand like this so you'll be able to read. But I think we're good. Ẹkáàbọ Babati, good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. All right, let's do what we usually do when we get started. I mean, it's what we do, throughout the session, to be honest. Wear a black jacket, sir. Don't worry, I'll just put my hand like this. I'll give you my hand for free. For this session, I just do like this. Or you know what? Should work. Go work. I'm already. I'll give you my hand. From time to time, just like this, you'll be able to read. All right. I'm just going to check the other platforms. So if you're on TikTok, please power tap, and please like the live and share as well. Let's power tap. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For people on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you for joining us. Can you change the font color? Is it possible? That's the problem. It is not. Well, to the best of my knowledge, let me say that. To the best of my knowledge, it is not. And please like the live and share as well. Let's do something. How is the celebration and jubilation going? What are you celebrating? My outfit looks like Super Eagles jersey. It looks like jersey. Let's keep it then. Looks like Super Eagles jersey. This one might give me a award though. Interesting. Someone says, what are we jubilating? What are we jubilating? I know what you're talking about, but I'm going to act like I don't because you haven't said it. So what are we supposed to be jubilating and celebrating about? Yoruba. Yoruba, no, Ẹkáàbọ, all the way of South London. Are we celebrating? We'll be celebrating every day, like by law, but that particular celebration the person is referring to. Only Bitong Babo. Which jubilation mood? Listen, I want jubilation. Yoruba. Oh boy. I need to confirm if we're not having the issue we had the last time. So when I muted, I'm going to mute again just to be sure you can hear me. Thank you. For Yorubas, not really. Not really. Not really. See, to the best of my knowledge, for us as a people, it's neither here nor there. I mean, So, at least, let me say personally, for me and for most Yoruba people that I know, it wasn't that here nor there, to be honest, right? But I think it's good, by the way. The outcome is very good. Okay, so you're setting a precedent. You're not having a situation where someone would come along tomorrow and say, Shebi, when it was that person, you didn't do anything. Why are you now talking now? So I'm glad that something was done. To be honest, what I've always wanted personally is that let's get it over with. Like, whatever you have to do, just do it and get it over with, rather than dilly-dallying and you come today, come tomorrow, and the people are wondering what exactly is happening. So it's better if you just say, okay, this is what it is, and then regardless of the outcome, it is what it is. So for me, I think it's at the moment, I know that you know that I know what you're thinking and referring to, but it is well. And since we're talking about it now, I think we should start with Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu's statement on what happened yesterday. That's Kanu's sentence. So she put this out on her X. Someone says they have accused the Yorubas already. We knew it. Some of the most ridiculous things I've heard in my years on this earth, I heard in the last few days. Some of the most ridiculous. Someone saying things. Even his brother was talking yesterday. We're going to listen to him later. I was saying, it's between Yoruba and Igbo. How? Yoruba people did not arrest you. They didn't put you there. And the president is not, the judge is not sitting there as a Yoruba man. People are just grasping at straws. But let's start with Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu's statement on this. By the way, I don't know what to say, to be honest. I don't know if we should tell them that someone says, why should the judge be quoting the book of Matthew? It could be quoting Aristotle. It doesn't matter. He wasn't quoting Matthew for Matthew's sake. He was quoting Matthew because of what's in that verse. And he quoted the verse. And he was trying to make a point about mercy. He could be quoting Shakespeare. It's not about... The thing is, what he's trying... He could quote Quran or Hadith or Professor. Just want to benchmark it. And it makes sense for him to use Matthew, by the way, because both he, the judge, and the accused, the convict, are Christians. So it makes sense for him to use that. But it's actually about the text, not about the... he's a Christian, at least. He's trying to explain the basis for showing mercy. And so he used that scripture. So it's not about the scripture, it's about the text. Someone says Yoruba had fully declared war against Igbos long time ago. Since you are dons. You have fully declared war on your ability to have brain. That's why you come here, you have no name, just be talking nonsense. You have declared full war on the possibility of having brain. That has nothing to do with Yoruba versus Christian. For me, it wasn't that here nor there. I'm glad that it's over. I am very glad that it is over. Like, that's just, and I'm also glad that it wasn't just let go because of the pressure. If you, I read some funny things. Does not vote for you. I was like, did you vote for Tinubu the last time? The last 3 electoral cycles, we already know. Excuse me, please. We already know that last 3 electoral cycles, the Southeast doesn't have to vote for you to win. 2019, 2023, in fact 2015, 2019, 2023, already know that no matter what, you don't need votes from the Southeast to win presidency. I mean, that's what the Southeast has shown Nigeria, by the way. Point of correction, Nnamdi Kanu is is a Jew from Israel. Thank you. I apologize. I don't know how to hit people. I don't know how to kick people who are already down. Those are the things I'm saying in the comment section. I'm just going to allow you. I know that you are feeling bad, so it's natural. It's okay. But to be honest, I'm glad that number one, he was jailed. No, number one, that the case came to a close. Number two, that he was jailed. Like, he has to pay for what he did. And that's the crazy part. 2,000 people. The man said they should go and get 2,000 heads to bury with somebody who died. And then there's a report of somebody said they got 30 heads. And folks from his place are saying it's because they're Yoruba. And I'm like, how about how about fellow Igbos who were killed because of this person's activities? Does that not count for anything? Forget Yoruba for a second. And that's another thing. It's not about this versus this. It's about the situation on its own. Do you think any Igbo person got closure? Some Igbo people got closure last night. Because a lot of people have gone through hell at the hands of, these people. So that's why when people say saying Igbo versus, I just like, this is low level, especially because there's nothing to even go head to head with. Like, what is it? There's nothing to compare Igbo and Yoruba. It's just nonsense, to be honest. Now, Obina, I'm going to read what Bianca said in a second. I'm trying to calm down, because what user is writing in the comment section, I'm trying to find a way to smile it over, to smile over it, so I won't have to respond, because he's writing the most ridiculous things, but it is well. You people brought insecurities to Igbo land. With a mind like this, you are going to have another IPOB. This is not a curse. But with a mind like this, if you have a critical mass, which I think you do, having this kind of mindset, you're going to destroy your land finally, totally. You're going to have different groups coming up from time to time. And that's why I said in the video we did the other day that it's not about Nnamdi Kanu. All of this. Because you have to also, have a bird's eye view. So you're not just looking at one person and say, oh, Nnamdi. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu at all. Yes, this particular case is about him, but the entire issue is not about Nnamdi Kanu. There'll be somebody else come up. Somebody is going to come up very soon. How many weeks did he spend in prison? That'll be years, then. You have someone like Gentle de Yahoo, Angel Makeup. I saw one yesterday called himself President of Biafra. They were saying Jesus' name. I was like, do you know Jesus? You have people like this come up. Why? You must have heard me say this thing before, if you've heard me more than once, that there's one of the best movies I think has ever been made. There are many good movies, but one of the best is Inception. The movie by Christopher Nolan. I think if you like movies, you should watch it. I think it's the best movie as far as psychology is concerned, and the concept of an idea. One of the things I learned from that movie, which always stay with me, is how a person can plant an idea in another person. And what I see from the Southeast is how a person and a group of people can plant an idea into an entire ethnic group. And I'm not going to lie, it worked. All you need to know, in order to know whether it worked, is see what's happening right now. It worked. They started planting it in the 1940s. And one of the major people planting the idea was Zeke. And some of the things they planted, you'll see it in a speech of 1949. What did Nolan talk about? He talked about how a person, for instance, could introduce an idea to you to the point where you think the idea is yours. So, for instance, in that movie, in order to get you to believe that idea, They're not just going to say it to you. They're going to make you sleep and put it in your dream. And it becomes a reoccurring thing. It becomes like a recurring dream, you are thinking about it. But this particular idea that they went to plant in someone, they went to the person's gym. Don't ask me how. If you watch the movie, you're going to discover how they did it. It's called Inception. The main protagonist was Leonardo DiCaprio, but it's a movie by Chris Nolan. I think it's one of the best movies ever made. If you watch that movie and you don't understand it, don't feel bad. Like, you may have to watch it twice, at least. I don't think anybody could watch it less than 2 times in order to get it, to be honest. So people have to watch it 3-4 times. But I've not met anybody who watched it once and got it. I remember meeting a lady some years ago and said to me, I watched it the first time and I got it. So I said, really? So that old man at the end, was he dreaming or was he awake? It was like, wait, that old man. So anyway, the point is, it's difficult, but it's interesting. So let me explain what I was saying. In order to plant an idea, they're not just going to suggest it to you. They'll make you sleep. Then they will be in your dream. They have the tools and gadgets to make a person sleep, to connect the person to themselves, and then they go into the person's dream, and then they drop an idea there. In some cases, they will make you sleep. In your dream, they will not make you sleep again. The craziest one they did in that movie was 3 steps. It was a dream within a dream within a dream. By the time the person woke up to the 3rd level, the person had an idea. They woke him up to the 2nd level. The idea was stronger. They woke him up to the 1st level. He thought he actually knew what it was. Like, this is something that he really needed to do. By the time it came up to reality, he was consumed with a passion, with an obsession to fulfill a desire. And in his mind, it's an original idea, but it wasn't. It was planted deep inside his subconscious. So it's not about suggestion. It was a properly planned and executed project. If you study books about the Civil War sincerely, you feel bad for people from the Southeast, and it's not so much because people died and it was horrible, but beyond that, it's the lies. Beyond all the death, which of course is unfortunate and terrible, beyond all of those things are the lies that were propagated. Now, if you've been told that repeatedly, I read here the other day that during the war, in the heat of the moment, when the Nigerian army was advancing on Enugu, they had taken Nsukka, people in Radio Biafra were telling their people that they were already taking Nsukka back. Meanwhile, they had lost it a long time ago. Nigerian army had taken Nsukka, they were getting into Enugu. And folks in Radio Biafra were still telling people in town something differently. The Nigerian officers were so angry, they had to throw 2 artillery shells in the radio station. Not to kill anybody, but in that compound, so that the folks broadcasting could escape, could run out of the studio. Like, these lies are too many. It was so bad that the people in town were like, when they heard the artillery, when they heard the sound, of the explosions, they were like, oh, those are Biafran scientists. They're testing out the experiment. They're testing out their inventions. That must be an experiment. That's what they were telling themselves. By the way, what I just said right now, you find it in the book by an Igbo man. The man's name is Nelson Ota. The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Now, here's the issue. People have been told different things. Oh, 20 pounds, I will lower it you. Oh, they didn't allow food to come to you. Oh, your people are against you. Everybody hates you. You are marginalized. You are victimized. They've been saying that one since the 1940s, by the way. Zeke started this whole thing in the 40s. Put agenda, push it. If you grew up, if you're Yoruba, please understand this. If you grew up in that situation, most likely you're going to grow up thinking that everybody hates you and everybody owes you something. That's why sometimes I have compassion for these people. And that's why that environment creates the perfect condition for the emergence of many Nnamdi Kanus. It's not about him. Before him, there were others. There was Ojukwu. Excuse me. There was, Zik had done his own. Zik did his stuff in the 40s, pushed the agenda narrative to the point where by 48, that had become. I heard something yesterday. Sincerely, there's a document that actually where you can find that same thing in 1948. You know what's in that document? They said any attack on Zik is an attack on Igbos. People said the exact same thing. In fact, you're going to listen to it in one of the recordings we're going to listen to later today. Any attack on Nnamdi Kanu is an attack on Igbo. How? Nnamdi Kanu literally ordered people to kill Igbos. But you can't judge him because any attack on him is an attack on Igbos. It's a very primitive mindset. That is literally documented in West African Pilot 1948. People are repeating the exact same thing. By the time you got to the war, you now have a slew of propagandists. You had Achebe, whose last book is full of propaganda, by the way, just saying. You had Okonkon Ndem, who was not originally Igbo, but maybe was trying to prove that he could do just like others. You had Uche Chukwumerije. Then you had the Oga, Ojukwu. From that generation, you had Ralph Uwazurike in the 90s. Then you had, you have Nnamdi Kanu, who came up in the 2000s. Simon Ekpa, Gentle the Yahoo, NJ Makeup, and others that will come up. Why? An idea has been planted in the heart of an average Igbo person. That's why they all sound alike. All of them. There are exceptions, but the exceptions actually prove the rule. There are exceptions. There's some people who are not like that, but generally speaking, they think the same way. It's not their fault. It's what propaganda can do. And if you study what happened in Nazi Germany, if you study Nazi Germany and the work of Joseph Goebbels, you understand exactly what happened during Biafra. And the point is that the pain that people feel about Biafra today is not based on what happened, it's based on what they heard. Even if what they heard did not happen, nobody cares. As long as they've heard it, nobody cares. I know the funny thing, the Bible says in Romans, it says faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. I think death can also come by hearing. If you hear nonsense over and over again, death was incipient death, just Mama Wale. And why am I saying all of this thing before we even get into the next conversation? Because if the government really wants to sort this thing, it has to go beyond Nnamdi Kanu. And this goes particularly to the leaders of the Southeast, political leaders. Two things they have to do. Either they start a reorientation work amongst themselves. Nigeria cannot do it. The federal government cannot do it. Thank you, Prof, and thank you for the gift, J-Links. The Nigerian government cannot do it. You know, someone was saying, I was reading the document before we started just now, also the federal government has to do something. Like, no. That's what we also thought when Goodluck Jonathan had this bright idea about Almajiri in the north. Excuse me. Jonathan, he thought, it was going to change things. So he went to the north, built schools, about 150 of them. Do you know that none of those schools today is being used? None of them is in use right now. And he spent billions of naira on that project. Today, not one school is being used. Why? It is not a solution from the federal government. It has to be organic. Nigeria cannot do anything about Almajiri without northern leaders doing something about Almajiri. It's not about what we think. It's the same thing with the Southeast. All this propaganda-driven lifestyle that people live in the Southeast, nobody can do anything about it except folks from the Southeast. And they have only two options. It's either they have a reorientation project in the Southeast where they can tell themselves the truth and actually get into history and tell themselves what really happened. You know, one of the blessings of being a Yoruba, I have to mention this, one of the blessings of being a Yoruba is that you can see an Ekiti man, right, or Ijesha man and an Ibadan man sit down and discuss Kiriji War. You can see an Ijebu man and an Ibadan man sit down and discuss Imagbon War. We can talk about all the things that happened between us, and we can even have fun over it, not because we didn't know what happened, but because we know everything that happened. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not, I mean, we have an idea of what happened, where you messed up, where my people messed up. We talked about it. So even though it took a while, we eventually healed. And one of the, of course, I always say it's one of the people that made that possible was Papa. By the way, his grandson died yesterday, Mr. Segun Olowo. May he so rest in peace, and may God comfort the entire Olowo family. It was very sad news. That's like the eldest of the grandchildren. He passed yesterday. Well, the news came out yesterday. May God give the family the fortitude to bear the loss. Terrible stuff, but it is well. Establishing Ẹgbẹ́ Oduduwa in 1945 was one of the major reasons that Yoruba people are able to have conversations without having to go back to those days of the intertribal, intertribal, but intra-ethnic wars that we fought amongst ourselves. That also shows civilization and evolution. If you're a people group that cannot discuss what happened in the past without throwing fits, you have not evolved. People have to tell ourselves, we have to tell ourselves the truth. We can't talk about what happened without pandering. You can't think like, I mean, you have to force ourselves to think like those who have gone ahead, who are doing better than us. For instance, China and Japan can talk about the war. South Korea and Japan can talk about the war. And it was even worse than the Nigerian Civil War in some ways. Maybe not in all, but in some ways. The truth is, before Nigeria can even talk to the Igbo man about the war, the Igbo man must be able to talk about the war, the truth of what really happened without feeling bad. In other words, if I sit you down to talk about what happened, you don't have to keep shouting, "You are bigger," just like the clown in the comment section talking to his parents. That's not how sensible people have conversations. Everything is based on emotions, no facts, no data, nothing. Just, I'm marginalized. You must do something for me because you owe me something. Nobody owes anybody nothing in this country. But leave us alone. Leave us out of it for now. Folks in the East have to be able to talk about what happened. And then somehow they will fight, they'll get angry, but they'll resolve it. It happens in every culture that wants to develop. The second option, which is the easiest option, or which is the easier option, is for those lawmakers who were asking the president to release Nnamdi Kanu. They should push a bill for secession, a bill for the inclusion of secession clause in the Nigerian constitution. They should do that. So you have two options. You work on reorientation so you can get people to stop believing in Biafra that will never happen. The way they are doing it, they will never get it. Do you know who I am? You cannot jail me. Oh yeah, go and tell the warder now that nobody can. Then you can be jailed. Government is higher than all of us. It's a fact. May God give us wisdom. Throwing tantrums in the courtroom, insulting everybody, insult our Omolo, insult the judge, call him by name because insulting everybody. When you are done, you still go to jail. That's the truth. So if they continue like this, every generation will go through the same thing. It may take another 5 or 10 generations to keep happening. So it's that they work on reorientation, and it's not the duty of the federal government. It's the duty of their own people, their own leaders. If they have anybody they call leader, they have to do that. Or they actually push for a bill for what I keep using the word. Yeah, it's a bill for a bill so that you can have the secession clause included in the Nigerian constitution. Interestingly, it was the delegation, the representative of the Eastern region who moved vehemently against the inclusion of secession clause in 1954. So maybe they can do better for their people, and I can assure you, people will support you. You want to go, they will give you all the support. You need to have this dream fulfilled, because it's either, there are three options. You either fulfill this dream, or you stop believing in it and you wake up to reality, or you continue living in this nightmare. So the dream will be a nightmare if it never comes to fulfillment. If you get yours secession and you get out, you will be able to fulfill it. It will be a dream that you fulfilled. If you don't, you just be in limbo. But it looks to me like people are going to be in a nightmare for a while, because nobody really wants to take responsibility for anything. It's always what Yoruba people are doing. I don't know how sensible people will sit down, some of them with, I have grays, some of them everything is grey, and they still speak and you want to puke. No wisdom is Yoruba versus Igbo. How can you not sit down and have something called introspection? Am I making mistakes here? Am I doing well here? What can I do better? It's called retrospective in tech. It's something we all do. What do they call that thing? Yeah, we do it every day. Scrum. These are things that you expect people to know, but it is well. Just keep pointing fingers. So again, if you're Igbo, I don't know how to greet you. I would say congratulations to those who understand how this actually means way forward for the Eastern region, right? But I really think that it's either folks intentionally discuss the truth of what happened and bear the brunt of people insulting you. Like, even me, I see Igbo people who are even trying to speak up, they will insult those ones, and it's odd. It's like to not, someone came here a while back and said, are you telling us we should stop believing in what our parents told us? You're literally saying that everything we have believed is a lie. Like, what is important, that you stop believing the lie, or that I'm the one telling you that you have believed a lie? Like, forget about the fact that I'm telling you what you believe is a lie. It doesn't matter if 1,000 people believe it or 1 billion people, it's still a lie. Someone said, what did I study? What did he study? Scrum Master. I've had several lives. In one life, I was in that space. We're doing Scrum. We used to have daily retro. No, we used to have daily stand up. Then we have weekly retros. And that was a life a while back. But we are here now on TikTok. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is I hope that people actually take advantage of this. This is actually good for the Southeast. And I'm not this long trenchy, just to respond to somebody who says Yoruba who is celebrating. It's not so much about Yoruba. There's nothing to even. I'm glad that it happened. Two reasons I've mentioned earlier in case you're just joining us. Number one, I'm glad it's over. Number two, I'm glad he's also going to jail, even if it's for 2 days. Why? Because if you don't do anything, if you don't punish him for this, you have set a precedent for everybody. Anybody can just move anyhow. It doesn't have to be. Life imprisonment is boy. Life is life. Oh, they gave him life. They gave him for some counts. I think count 1, 2, 4, and 6. They gave him 20 years for another count, 5 years for another count. And the man said because of mercy they will run concurrently. I was like, what are you talking about? Or Bruku Tonteri. Sorry, I laughed. I'm sure people understand why I'm laughing. Concurrence doesn't matter because the life imprisonment is still there. It's not like it's going to do life, come back and do 20, and then come back and do 5. But the man said he could have given him, a death sentence, but that they commuted it to life. It's because of mercy. But beyond him, to be honest, beyond him, the ethnic group needs to take advantage of this so that more people do. And look at the people that are rising in the Southeast. Look at them on social media. When they talk, they have guns. They look fierce. They don't care about ideology. They don't care what happens to the people. They want freedom. But you want freedom for your people that you could kill, or that you probably kill before the freedom comes. So who is the freedom meant for? It's not about freedom, it's not about the people, it's about an ideology. And ideas don't die. Ideas don't die. You can only repurpose the energy. And I hope the leaders do well for them. But God bless everybody. God bless the Southeast. But now let's get into today's topic. And welcome my moderators. There's J-Links and there's Empress One. They're good to see you again. Someone says Nigeria has been pampering them far too much. Honestly, it's getting out of hand. Nigeria, let me tell you something. If you're a parent, you will know this. Even if you're not a parent, you understand this from maybe your relationship with your younger siblings. Yorùbá sọ pé wọ́n gba ọ̀rọ̀mọdé lọ́wọ́ ẹkú ó ní wọ́n jẹ́ kó ń lọ sákìtàn lọ́jẹ̀. If ọ̀rọ̀mọdé is the chick, keeps telling you that it wants to go to the dunghill, wants to go and play and stuff, and you keep taking that ọ̀rọ̀mọdé from that place, the ọ̀rọ̀mọdé does not understand that you're actually the one trying to give it life. The ọ̀rọ̀mọdé thinks that you hate it. At a point, you're going to get exasperated to the point where you're going to allow that ọ̀rọ̀mọdé to just go and do what they want to do. And if they survive, then that's fine. I think that, and people from the Southeast will not agree with this, and it's okay. If you don't agree, it's fine. Nigeria has not pampered any group. There are only two groups that have been so pampered in Nigeria, the Igbos and the Fulani. They're the most pampered groups in this country. But you see, the Fulani can still take it with the Fulani because they have a structure. They're able to speak because they have a structure of power. They understand power. Let me tell you something. There are very few groups in the world that understand power like the Fulani. Very few groups that understand power, strategy. You can insult them. Oh, they are just roaming the street. You don't understand it. They get it. That's why they are even more dangerous. But now that they've started carrying guns, the power has weakened. That's another thing. Well, that's another topic anyway. The point is that in Nigeria, two groups have been more pampered than any other group. Is the Igbo and the Fulani. The Igbo more so. You can't really talk about Fulani without remembering the fact that they created a structure that allowed Lugard rule well in Nigeria back in 1914. Their structure was there before 1914. Lugard met them with that structure. He saw what they were doing. That allowed him to also, in a way, defer to them in some instances, which is what they are still benefiting from today. So at least they can look back and have antecedents or have something to justify the pampering. Justify. I'm not saying it. They saw it somewhere. Therefore, they have to pay them back by giving them power and stuff like that. In a way, they earned it. For the Igbos, they've not earned it, which is why it's worse. They've been pampered, they've been given stuff, and because Nigeria also has gone from derivation and merit, folks from the Southeast do not understand how much Nigeria has given to them. And the day you sit down, sincerely, like I always say, there are so many things that one cannot say in public, but the day you sit down and really study this thing, there's no group that should be as grateful to Nigeria as the Igbos. None. Not one. There's no group that Nigeria has actually. I mean, Nigeria has pampered both Igbo and the Fulani, but Igbo has more reason to be grateful to Nigeria than the Fulani. Why? Because the Fulani earned something because of the relationship with the British. The Igbos got stuff on a platter. Do you know what Igbo was controlling in the 1960s? It was long throats, greed that destroyed everything they had. And what they had was not even theirs. Every single thing. Think about it, for instance. Think about it. 64% of the revenue from agriculture in the eastern region at the time did not come from Igbo land. 64 didn't come from Igbo land. The oil was not in Igbo land. And yet, according to Ken Sariwa, 95% of positions in the civil service were taken over by the Igbos in the eastern region. But 64% of the revenue did not come from their region. And just about almost 100% of the oil didn't come from their space as well. In other words, it's from the eastern region, but not from Igbo land. And that's why you hear them speak of eastern region today, not because they love eastern region, but because they understand, at least, that the survival of the Igbo, at least back in Biafra times, actually 100% dependent on what was happening in the eastern region. Without the eastern region, the Igbo land is dead. I mean, well, would have been dead. So think about it. You have about 90% of the jobs in the civil service. You have been able to extend your tentacles to the Midwest in 63 and also establish yourself there, even though you're a minority. You'll be able to replicate that same thing in the federal government, where you're dominating the civil service through nepotism, to be clear, where you have most of the ambassadors representing Nigeria in different parts of the world. That would have been okay for sane people. But you see, if you have greed, you will want more until you dominate everywhere, and then they lost everything. But the point is, what they lost was not even theirs to begin with. People have to have these conversations. It doesn't mean you hate a group. It's one thing to hate, oh, these Igbo people, yeah, but I don't have time for that. But think about it. Someone says, but you understand Igbo national have oil, right? How many times did I mention this thing? The entire oil. I mean, this is not an insult. There are 3 states in the southeast that produce oil: Abia, Anambra, and Imo State. Right? I'm answering Michelson. The 3 of them, the total output of those 3 states is 2.1% of Nigeria's oil. Like, everything that's coming out of the southeast is 2.1%. And there's conversation about that Imo side, whether it's in Igbo land or not, but that's not even the point. The point is that 3 of those states produce 2.1. Edo State produces 2.3. Lagos State, a lot of people don't believe this, but it's true. You can check this thing out. Lagos State produces between 2.3 and 2.7%. Ondo State produces between 3.8 and 4.3, depending on like good day, bad day. So Edo State produces more oil than all of the oil in the southeast. Lagos State produces more than all of them. If you multiply everything they are producing by times 2, if you multiply it by 2, that's when you be getting to what Ondo State alone is producing. And we have not talked about the big 4. That's Delta, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa. Those are the big ones. If those ones are talking, even me, I'll just be like, it is well with you, it is well with you. I don't even want to talk about oil. Just take your oil. Korea is about over 30% of the oil. But Abia, Anambra, Imo, 2.1. So when people say things like Igbo also have oil, by the way, you don't even need oil to survive, to be honest. Someone says, but Igbos have nothing. No, Igbos have something. Igbos have gas. Igbos have an amazing, what's the word now? Reserve. They have gas reserve in Imo State. And I've said this several times, but I've heard me before, that when the time comes to explore, and I think they've started, that there should be resource control so that they can control what they have. There is no state in this country that doesn't have something. Imo State has gas. Enugu has coal. Everyone has something. The kind of conversations we should be having is resource control, state autonomy, state policing. Not is Igbo versus Yoruba. You guys hate me. You don't even count when I'm thinking. I don't think about you in terms of. This morning, we'll talk about it. This morning, I saw the news. Dawn Commission and Southwest Development Commission, SWDC, just signed a partnership. They'll be working together. That's what I'm interested in. What's my business with Yoruba versus Igbo? That's nonsense. Should be having deeper conversations. Every part of Nigeria has something. The Igbos also have stuff. And you say, oh, they don't have anything, let them go. Number one, you have something, in case you don't know. Number two, you leaving has nothing to do with me. I don't care if you stay or leave. Your being here doesn't add anything to me. Your leaving would... It depends on you. But if you really want to go, don't talk to me. Talk to your representatives. And you know the funny thing, the judge mentioned something similar yesterday. You have a right to self-determination. Everybody has a right to self-determination. But guess what? There's a little word in the 1999 Constitution called indissolubility. It's just one word. Interestingly, that word, or a variant of that word, was introduced into Nigerian lexicon by Zik in 1954. So you hear words like perpetuity, indivisibility, indissolubility. It's the same thing, of the union. Who gave us that word? Zik. He said it. You know what? Let's start there. Let me read something to you. I'm going to read you an interview that he granted in 1975. I hope I find it very quickly. He granted an interview in 1975, and it's a shame because 21 years after that stuff he did in London, he was talking as though he had done something grand. He's the reason, sincerely, jokes aside, he's the reason for what's happening to Nnamdi Kanu today. What he did in 1954 is the reason for Nnamdi Kanu today. I'll find it. I have to find it. I want to read you his own interview so that you hear from his own word. From his own, is that the word? You hear him in his own words. That's what phrase I was looking for. You hear him in his own words. Give me a second. Beautiful, I found it. See, I'm Yoruba. My generations are blessed. Not only are my fathers blessed, and my grandfathers, my children, my children's children, their own children and their children's children, our generation to the end of time, all our generations are blessed. And one of the reasons for that is that we have some people to look up to as Yoruba people. De Moyi. Moyi. Olon Yobo Moyi. I'm going to read from Zik. When the 1954 I'll take that slowly. When the 1954 Constitution Conference started, my good friend Chief Obafemi Awolowo tabled a motion to the effect that in the new constitution, provision should be made that any state which feels like seceding should do so. I was opposed to it and said no, and said that once we have a federation, we are indivisible and perpetual. That was when we began, listen, this is Zik. That was when we began to use that expression, the indivisibility and perpetuity of the federation. And that to secede would amount to treason. And so a debate ensued. The Secretary of State then was Oliver Littleton, later Lord Chandos, and he was very much interested, and that was his first time in saying that the people of African descent were people actually debating at a high level. So a full day was given to Chief Awolowo to make his points. He spoke brilliantly as a lawyer. He made his points why secession should be incorporated in the Constitution. He cited the case of the Soviet Union, which is a federation, and that secession is written there so that any state in the Soviet Union can secede at will. He also cited the case of Western Australia, and eventually he finished his case and was applauded. We adjourned. The next day, I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, demolish the arguments of my friend, and I cited the case of United States, which based its constitution on that of the Swiss Confederation, that is Switzerland. I pointed out a case, I think that of Texas versus White, where Mr. Salmon Chase, the the Chief Justice laid down the principle, it was really an arbiter, that the union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible, and that any attempt to divide the union by secession was treasonable. What's this point here? Zeke is saying that when Awo made his own point about the need for the inclusion of secession, Awo referred everybody to what was happening in the Soviet Union, where you had different ethnicities together forming a nation, and that they wrote in there that you could secede at will. And we saw what happened in the 90s. You could just leave. That was Awo's point in 54. Z comes along and mentions what was happening in Texas versus White. I have that judgment, by the way. Let's not get into that. It's going to take, I don't get out of this topic. Excuse me. I actually have the judgment that it's referring to, and to be honest, there's no reason on earth why that should bother us, why we should even be concerned about what happened between Texas versus White. Texas is a state. You know what, let's not go into the topic. Let's not go into the judgment of Texas versus White, but the point is Zeke, in his wisdom, saw that what the Chief Justice Simon Chase put out in a case of Texas versus an individual was an idea that all of us as a nation of several ethnicities should follow, even though Texas is one state in the union, and Texas itself and even the entire union is essentially one people. And I've mentioned it here. Regardless of what you think America is today, that's not what America was. I mean, by the way, next year America, since Declaration of Independence, will be 250 years. Next year, 250. In the beginning, even before the 250, when is that? 1779, I think. Even before that date, the identity of the Americans was already cemented. Because America existed before Declaration of Independence. That only happened because they broke out. I mean, Fort King George chased England away and became a separate, sovereign nation. They already cemented the identity as, I've said this several times, WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's the identity of America. It's one. Yes, much later other people came in. But at the very core of America is that identity. And I've said it here several times. It's 249 years now. America is 249 years this year, July 4, right? In the last 249 years, the Catholics have not ruled America for up to 8 years. I'll say that again. In 249 years, Catholics have not been president for up to 8 years. And for about first 200 years, as a matter of fact, yes, almost first 200 years, there was no Catholic president. Why? Because they were white, Anglo-Saxons, Protestant. Anybody to tell you that America, land of the free, king of the bold, all of us are the same? Maybe now, but originally, and by the way, even now they know. Two groups will find it very difficult to be president in America. Number one, females. Number two, Catholics. That's why when people say American democracy, I'm just looking like, it's like they've sold us something and we're just parroting it. We're not even observing them. JFK was the first Catholic president. He didn't finish his term. His term. Biden, the one who just left, that's the second Catholic president, said one term. Both of them put together could be 8 years in 249 years. And you think there's a you should use that as a basis for determining what will happen in the multi-ethnic space, where you have multiple identities. And you don't think that Soviet Union was a better option than Texas. This is not about hindsight is 2020, by the way. This was not a mistake. It was an intentional act. Because this interview I'm reading was granted in 1975, 21 years after the fact. He did it intentionally. And he did it for one reason and one reason alone, for his own ethnicity. That's why anybody that comes around telling me somebody is Pan-Nigeria, Pan-African, I just assumed the person is dumb. Zik was not pan-Nigerian, it was not pan-African, it was one of the most ethnic, one of the biggest ethnic jingoists Nigeria has ever produced. It was for his group. He wrote it here. The indivisibility and perpetuity of the federation. Zik gave us. Let me finish. Was given to Chief Awolowo to make his points. He spoke brilliantly as a lawyer. He made his point why secession should be incorporated in the constitution. He cited the case of the Soviet Union, which is a federation, and that secession is written there so that any state in the Soviet Union can secede at will. He also cited the case of Western Australia, and eventually he finished his case and was applauded. We adjourned. The next day I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, well, demolish the arguments of my friend, and I cited the case of United States, which based its constitution on that of the Swiss Confederation. And by the way, anybody that's always shouting US, 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 most of the time they'll come from the East. And they say that because many of the first set of guys who went to school went to America. And what they failed to bring back is that where they went is different from where they are returning to. Nigeria, and I'm not even talking about the fact that America is a settlers colony. That's not even the point. I mean, that's another conversation, by the way. But as at the time that we're all talking about, even today, the core, the identity of that core is settled. And if you say it's a lie, please read a bit more and observe a bit more. You understand. Anyway, he decided to bring up Texas. It says, I pointed out a case, I think that of Texas versus White, where Mr. Salmon Chase, the Chief Justice, laid down the principle, it was really an arbiter, that the Union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible, and that any attempt to divide the Union by secession was treasonable. The North, NPC, supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? Ẹkáàbọ, this is why I said he did not make a mistake. Listen to me. The North, NPC, supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? The colonial office came to our rescue. Whose rescue? All of us, Abi? North, East, West. Okay. You know, the usual principle of Britain, divide and rule. We all laugh. But this time, it was in our favor. Who is the our here? So, the colonial office backed us. Who is us? It says, the colonial office came to our rescue. The usual principle of Britain, divide and rule, but this time it was in our favor. So the colonial office backed us. Who are the our and us? If you think it's Nigeria, you are not seeing it very well. I would say it's NCNC was seeing that is literally pushing the agenda that the Igbos had at the time. And NCNC, by the way, if you read the book, interestingly, is a book that most Igbos recommend to everybody. Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. He mentioned in that book that when Irosi came into power in 1966 January, he pushed NCNC ideas and party policies. And that is why he gave Nigeria unitary system. Because NCNC pushed that agenda in 1951. When you hear NCNC after 47, anything NCNC, that's Igbo, because they turned the party from what it was into an Igbo party. So when he says they came to our rescue, you know, when he says here, it was in our favor, the colonial office backed us, he's talking about his group, his ethnicity. Lord Chandos said that on the surface of the arguments before him, it was suicidal to incorporate secession in our constitution. That is why we have section 86 in our constitution, that if any region or state would secede, then it would be an act of treason. And that was what led to this war, because Colonel Ojukwu seceded and so violated the constitution. I got into this because I started with that phrase. Yeah. If you want to break out of Nigeria, everybody has the right to move anyhow, self-determination, all those things. You have that right. But in 1954, a certain man decided to introduce a phrase that makes sense in the US. He introduced that into our lexicon and gave us those two words, indivisibility and perpetuity. Well, what we have in the Constitution right now is a synonym of those words, indissolubility. You can't dissolve it. It's indivisible, it's perpetual, you can't dissolve it. It's indissoluble. You can't solve it. You can't dissolve it. So what that means basically is that you have to rewrite the Constitution and introduce the clause, secession clause, that allows for your people to leave. That is what you mean. And this is why the 44 lawmakers who spoke up for Nnamdi Kanu, that is their work. Not playing to the gallery and making all of us feel like they are doing something emotional. President must do something. No, they must do that thing. They must introduce that bill, push it, and get Nigerians and get people in the Southeast to vote, have a referendum. And they will choose to stay or to leave. If they choose to stay, then they know that they are the ones who have chosen to stay. If they choose to leave, then we tell them goodbye and God be with you, Kamari Ramo, because there's really nothing like that. The point is everybody can go their separate ways. But for people to come here every day, I come on live telling me, give us, nobody, a nation is not candy. We can't give you, Moses just said the same thing. Are you okay? What's this? I'm literally just talking and you're still saying the same thing. Please let them leave. How are we going to let them leave? You cannot let them leave. They have to choose to leave. Anybody that says let them leave again, I'm going to mute you or block you because I think it's retarded. Okay. How will you let them leave? What will you do to let them leave? You can't do anything to let anybody leave. He has representatives. And if you think there are no representatives, thank God those 44 of them came out. Thank you very much, Moses. Thank God those 44 of them wrote that letter to the president. We have their names now. So from time to time, we just visit that name and say, gracious, most gracious Republic of Nigeria. We thank thee, we bless thee, thou art great and wonderful to behold. Please grant thy people this desire as we pray thee. Go to the Senate and House of Reps and push a bill for secession. Nigeria needs thee, or Nigeria needeth thee. No, let me say it very well. Nigeria needeth thee in order to actualize this vision of thine fathers. Thanks be to thee. They have to do it. This is from 1975. Azikiwe, we're talking about why he introduced that word into Nigeria. We are where we are because of your fathers. If you want to leave, you will have to take responsibility. And can Yoruba people push that bill? Why? What was the incentive? You know what? A person tells you he wants to leave. A few months ago, somebody put something on Twitter, Igbos should leave Lagos. Everywhere went up in flames. All their politicians began to speak. You know, even the ones that would be acting as if they didn't see any problems. Bigotry. Oh, bigotry. You said you wanted to leave. And someone is saying, okay, now go. Oh, you're a bigot, you're a trigot, you're a you-got. Everybody is saying their own. That's why you know that if they really want to go, they have to be the ones to push it. And I've said before, if you leave, it's okay for you. If you stay, it doesn't matter to me. Like, whatever you do is fine. The important thing is, this thing has to be done so that the Southeast can have peace. It's not about Nigeria, to be honest. It's about the Southeast. And the reason is because that idea is living and active. More people will rise to feel that they also want, they'll have this martyr complex. We're going to suffer for our people. If Mazi can do it, I can also do it. You will do it and you end in prison, and that will come. So generation after generation, nobody will learn any lesson because there's a vacuum. And that vacuum can either be filled with education, or don't worry about the vacuum, just get the people out of the country and then you can have your own nation, like Pakistan. But it will be Igbo land though. It cannot be other people's land. The BBO, they have their own space. As a matter of fact, the BBOs had the first cultural organization in this country. in the 1920s, before the Igbos. The Igbos came along in 1936. The Ibibios had their own in 1928. So the idea that Ibibio land is part of your land, that one is a joke. The Ikwere had a separate cultural organization in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. They will not be part of it. Ekpenye has spoken up. Ogoni definitely not. Kalabari, all those Ijaw people, they don't have time. Because we know the history of what used to happen back in the day, and those ones don't have time for anybody. I have to deep everybody down. All these people, they are not part of this stuff. So you have to now choose, like you can play Lesotho, play Lesotho, you'll be surrounded by nations, but we'll all be fine and we'll live happily ever after. But you have to do that. If you don't do that, if the Igbos don't push for that bill and talk to the representatives to talk about that thing, you will not like how Nigerians will treat you. Because in the last few weeks, no group has shown hatred for Nigeria more than the Igbos. No group has shown more hatred. See, the thing about Fulani is this. Fulani is not even about whether they like you, but they like Nigeria for whatever reason. Igbos don't even like the country. So since you don't like it, just leave. Because I've not seen anybody celebrating invasion of Nigeria. And it's across the ethnicity. Educated though, uneducated though, everybody says the same thing. You are celebrating the fall of the country. You are angry with the country. And you have a right to do so, it's your right. But the best thing is for you to leave so that you can become all that you're. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Eastern region. Southeast, there's no Eastern region anymore. May God bless the Southeast, and may God bless your also. Other person will come and become millionaire over this nonsense. So, who was Ricky became rich now? IPOB is a company in the UK. IPOB is a company in the UK. The guy cashed out. I like his friend Dio. We miss that Fendi. Someone says if they push for that bill, every other region will support them. Everyone is tired of them. Yes. And Nigerian government has a duty to also restructure this country. That's the job of the Nigerian government. Presidency, legislators, everybody has to do something. This structure cannot hold. It can't. It's not going to work. We've got to change the structure. Kind of a situation where everything is so centralized. You have this thing where you can't control your resources. If Bayelsa likes, let them drink their oil. It's theirs. When you start exploring gas in the south, in Imo State, let them have 100%. Or maybe you have derivation like what we had in the 1950s and 60s, where you have 50% to the state or region of origin, 30% distributable pool, 20% to the federal government, something like that. Policemen who don't know the city where they are policing. Haba. They don't understand the terrain, but they are the police. How? Thank God for Amotekun. A policeman who doesn't understand the community and is a police. You have a policeman in Kaduna, never lived there. He's from the east. By the way, this was the perfect dream of Iransi, by the way. It's just sad. When we say unitary system in Nigeria, people are always saying, oh, why not just change it? OT won't know everything. We have to intentionally change this structure. Maybe if we have ethno-linguistic ethnic space like Nigeria, maybe we'll have less clamor for Biafra. But whatever happens, they must have that referendum. If they like, they should have, whether Nigeria restructures or not, there must be a referendum, or there must be an inclusion of secession in our constitution. And let the people exercise that right. If they now decide to stay, but we all know what will happen. We know the outcome, but let them show us. Show working. Thank you very much for the gift. Thank you so much, Ibo Jinadu. God bless you, sir. We know the outcome. We know. How do we know? History teaches us we know the outcome. 1968, Ojukwu was waxing lyrical about how they want to break out of Nigeria, they want to have their own country. Today's class, it's a bit of news and conversation, and I'm speaking because of what I saw in the comment section earlier. So please stay with me. What was that book now? I'm going to read something to you. It's actually quite funny, to be honest. But I think if these young people from the Southeast, if they really know what their fathers were talking about, maybe they will understand how ridiculous this so-called dream is, because it's no longer a dream, it's becoming a nightmare. I'll find that stuff for you. It's from Anthony Anaro's speech at Addis Ababa. I've got to find it. You like it, by the way. You will. But you find it ridiculous, I assure you. Oh, beautiful. I found it. It's in a book called Crisis and Conflict. Let me start from here. Even secessionist leaders concede, by the way, let me say it again. This is Anthony Nauro, who was the Minister of Information, 12th August 1968. Even secessionist leaders concede that the concept of an Igbo apartheid state, or Igbo stand from Pakistan, because Pakistan was around that time. Igbo stand, I'll take that again. Even secessionist leaders concede that the concept of an Igbo apartheid state, or Igbo stand, is untenable. If the federal government were to concede an independent state embracing only Igbo land, that state would not be viable and the secessionist leaders would not accept it. Consequently, they talk of Biafra, in quote, embracing all of the former eastern region because of the agricultural wealth and empty lands. When you read empty lands, think of real estate, where you can build stuff. Because of the agricultural wealth, right, and empty, in quote, lands of the southeastern states. Southeastern states, read Akwa Ibom and Cross River. Those are the states, Akwa Ibom and Cross River states make up the southeastern state. Excuse me. May 27, 1967, the eastern region was divided into three: East Central State, Southeastern State, and River State. River State is present-day Rivers and Bayelsa. Southeastern State is present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River. East Central is Abia, Anambra, Enugu, Imo, and Ebonyi. So it says here, they talk of Biafra embracing all of the former eastern region because of the agricultural wealth and empty lands, in quote, of the southeastern state, Akwa Ibom and Cross River, and the oil of the river state, Rivers and Bayelsa, and because of access to the sea. Those are the only three reasons: agricultural wealth and empty lands from the south, from Akwa Ibom and Cross River, oil from river state, and access to the sea. That's all. It is, however, to be noted that 8 of the 12 states of Nigeria, with 80% of its population, have no seaports. The East Central State is therefore not unique in having no seaport within its boundaries. Secessionist leaders also advance the argument that the so-called Biafra can be sovereign, but have a customs union, common currency, common services, including railways, posts and telecommunications, ports, dual citizenship, and extensive economic relations with Nigeria. This is a special suggestion because A, sovereign countries resulting from the disintegration of a large unit and separating in war have little hope of successfully jointly administering or sustaining a customs union. B, extensive economic relations involve human contact and unhindered travel throughout the territory of Nigeria, and that is precisely what the secessionist leaders say is impossible. C, any central organization endowed with adequate powers, I'll explain, to legislate over and administer common customs tariffs, currencies, establishment and controls of industries, railways, airlines, ports, posts and telecommunications, and so on, begins to have the character of an effective central government. These are the business of a federal government, which the secessionist leaders do not want. What is he saying here? He's saying, on the one hand, they don't want Igbo-stan, like Pakistan. They don't want Igbo-stan, that is just Igbo land. They said no. That's one. Therefore, they talk about Biafra, including all of the former Eastern region. Why? For three reasons. Number one, they want land. If you read the book Igbo's 25 years after the war by Joe Igbokwe, he quoted Professor Zemiro, yes, Professor Zemiro, in his analysis of the dearth of agricultural land in Igbo land. There are parts that have land, there are parts of Abakaliki, there are parts, different parts in Igbo land that have land, but most of, again, I say this respectfully, nobody's fighting anybody, I'm not being disrespectful, we're just talking, and hopefully as respectful as I can. There's land. Number one, the land is not as much, that's one. That's why when you read Marjorie Parham in the Listener of 20th October 1960, these are her own words, verbatim, I'm quoting her now. She said, they poured out of the overcrowded forests. It's talking about the particular group, the Igbo. Said they poured out of the overcrowded forests. In other words, the point is that the people were more than the land. If you read the 1958 Willings Commission report, it says that the people were too much for the land to support. Again, I'm not saying any of these things. I don't want to open it, but I'm telling you where to find those things. Number one, Marjorie Parham, 20th October, Listener, 20th October 1960, she said they flooded out of the overcrowded forests. 1958 Willings Commission report says the land could not support them. They were more than the land could support. In other words, the land was not as much, it's very densely populated. That's what I can say. It's densely populated. The land is not that much. Of what is available, not everything is arable. Of what is arable, not everything is fertile. Therefore, there is scarcity of land. Therefore, it makes sense to want the agricultural land in Akwa Ibom and Cross River because they have what is not available. There's agricultural land, then there's land to build. That's what those ones are useful for. It's not about the people, it's about what they have. For River State, those ones have oil. And the third one, access to the sea. That's all. And as of 1968, Anthony Nauro is saying, they keep saying they don't have access to the sea. Well, 80% of Nigeria doesn't have access to the sea. That's what they're saying here. Let me read it again. It says here, it is, however, to be noted that 8 of the 12 states of Nigeria with 80% of its population have no seaports. The East Central State is therefore not unique. My phone is ringing. I can't even see what's ringing. No. The East Central State is not unique. Sorry, the East Central State is therefore not unique in having no seaport within its boundaries. Give me a second. Let me just send a message to that person. Just a second, please. So he's saying that even as of 1968, they had this thing about sea. And he's saying that, listen, 80% of Nigeria's population had no access to that same sea. Then, here's the crazy part. Ojukwu and the rest of his team now have this bright idea. Guess what it was? They wanted to have the same customs union with Nigeria. These are the following things they want to have with Nigeria. There will be a separate sovereign nation, but they want to share the following with Nigeria. Number one, customs. Why? See. Number two, common currency. Why? If you want to know why, just think of what happened to Biafran pound after the war. That's why. They want a common, so they will still be using Nigerian pound, but they'll have their own separate nation. Number three, common services, including railways. We'll be sharing railways, but you have a separate nation. Then they wanted post and telecommunications. and everything will be all of these things will be controlled from the center, and that center will be most likely Nigeria, because Nigeria has all these advantages because everything is already established in Nigeria. So you want posts and telecommunications, then they want ports to be administered by both of us, and we should share these things. Then the crazy part, they wanted dual citizenship. In other words, hyphenated identity, Biafran Nigerian. You are not Nigerian, but you carry a passport that says Biafran Nigerian. Dual citizenship. But you really want to break out of Nigeria, because Nigeria is a zoo, but you want to carry the passport. And then the last one, extensive economic relations with Nigeria. If Nigeria is such a bad place, it's such a zoo, why on earth would you want to have a dual citizenship? Why on earth would you want to have dual citizenship? And if you think this is just about 1968, I promise you, I heard something similar in 2025. Someone saying, "We want Biafra, I want to get out of your country, but I will still be Nigerian." I'm like, this place is a zoo, according to you. Why on earth would you want to live in a zoo when you have a chance to build an El Dorado in your region? This is why we know that even if they have the referendum today, they will say no, but guess what? Let them have it. Let them vote. If they now choose to stay, they have to understand the fact that at least they are the ones who chose to stay. The crazy part is that every single thing that Ojukwu and his people were fighting for in 67, 68, the argument has not changed, and the stupidity of that thing has not changed. And I don't apologize for that. It's stupid. You hate a country, you want to leave, but you want to use the ports and use customs and have the same currency that you don't have the CBN. Are you the one that has the central bank, the central bank of Nigeria? Why are you going to use our currency? We're no longer in the nation. Use our ports, have dual citizenship. These are the issues. And as it was in the 60s, so it is today. So what folks in the Southeast need is to sit down and really ask themselves, what do we want? And I'll say it again, nobody in the Southeast is being marginalized. None. Oh, you're marginalizing us. Show us the marginalization. Show us. Victimhood is not reality in the Southeast. It's a strategy. And it's a strategy that has nothing to do with the war. It's a strategy that came before Nigeria was even independent. It's a strategy to get something. It's something from Sir Arthur Richards, I had a meeting in 1947 when he said the East generates the least revenue, but they clamor for more and more of everything. Contribute the least. The East contributes the least. Kind of rhymes, sha. It's not good rhyme, or it should be most. Even if you don't most, at least contributes enough. Anyway, the East contributes the least, but clamors for more and more. That clamor is where that victimhood comes in. Oh, you have not given us this. You have not given us that. Look at us now. Are we? Is it because we are Igbo? All those things are not happening because there's any reality to or truth to what he's saying. It's just that it's a strategy that works. It's a strategy that works, and that's why Zeke used it a lot. He used it a lot. Why am I doing this? Because it's not about Nnamdi Kanu. It's about Nnamdi Kanu. So now let's go to the news of today. And let's start with Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu. She posted this on her X page. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sentence on 20th November 2025. I have just returned from Zanzibar, Tanzania, where I have been for the past 5 days on NTAC monitoring exercise to the sad news of the conviction and sentencing of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on terrorism charges. This is not the outcome we anticipated nor prayed for. This is not the outcome we anticipated nor prayed for, but the reality that is now upon us. There comes a time in the history of a people when there is a need for I'll take that again. There comes a time in the history of a people when there is need for calm. I therefore advise Igbo and Nigerians as a whole that such period is now. There's utmost need to exercise restraint in response to this situation. All actions which could be deemed incendiary and which might escalate the situation at home or in diaspora should be curtailed. A word is enough for the wise. The situation requires careful reflection and constructive dialogue involving all Igbo stakeholders, governors, senators, members of the House of Representatives, clergy, traditional rulers, politicians, and business people to engage with government authorities collectively. Beating the drums of fury and saber rattling will only generate diminishing returns, and in the worst case scenario, yet another wasteland. The most effective path towards resolution of this crisis is dialogue. The quest for mutual coexistence of Ndigbo in Nigeria with justice, equity, and dignity is a commitment which requires our collective resolve, and maintaining peace and order is essential to ensuring the security of all citizens, regardless of tribe or creed. I would like to reassure Ndigbo, Nigerians, and our foreign partners that there are still prospects of resolving this impasse in a manner that reduces national anxiety and societal trauma. I oblige everyone to remain calm and patient. Over the years, I have continued to engage on these issues with several stakeholders. Now is the time for all of us in Alaibo to put all hands on deck and to have a joint engagement, sincerely involving all the southeastern states to seek a political resolution to this matter. Ambassador Bianca Odumegojuku, 21 November 2025. This is not the outcome we anticipated nor prayed for. I understand why the Southeast is the way it is alone. I get it. I get it. I get it. I mean, there's nothing more to say. Oh, my show. Okay, let us move on to other things. I mean, still on the matter, not so quick, or not so fast. Let's look at some things that happened. I mean, by now I'm sure you must have heard everything. I mean, but in case you haven't, I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I don't want to talk about what I just read right now. Nigeria needs great leaders. Some people need, it's not even about leadership they need. It's not even leaders they need. It's the understanding of leadership. Because what is this? It is well. Let's read some news. Let's listen to some of the things that happened in court yesterday. We'll start with something from Justice Omotosho, where he quoted Nnamdi Kanu as saying this to someone in a phone call during the NSAS protest. You know, when we're talking about NSAS, we say, shut up, it doesn't matter. Okay. But I say, it matters. Oh. Let's listen to the Justice Omotosho. Take a listen, please.
Annoyed by this information stated for, and I quote, how many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill? Unquote. The caller then responded that they have burnt the Orile police stations and Ilasa police station. The defendant then told the caller not to wave the green, white, green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to another caller by saying, what I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world. The people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritalem Wane airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and unquote. The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria. According to PW5, he led a team of officers to investigate the destructions and killing of the security personnel that occurred during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWD2 and Exhibit PWD2A. The results were quite alarming. The court is mindful not to attribute all the happening during the NSAS protest on the defendant. However, there is no doubt that the incitement by the defendant contributed largely to the killing of security operatives, as well as destruction of public properties. The defendant incited people to destroy property such as the Lassa police station, other police stations, and properties of the government. The evidence before this court shows that the said properties were actually destroyed, such as the Lassa police stations, the High Court of Lagos in Igoshere, as well as BRT buses belonging to Lagos State government in
the gym, squat life.
For, and I quote, "How many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill?" Unquote. The caller then responded that they have burnt the Orile police stations and Lassa police station. The defendant then told the caller not, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to another caller by saying, "What I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world that people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritale Mwane airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and unquote." The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to play the full sentence, because I think that will be a lot better, so that we have 1 second. Let me play the entire thing. So just listen to the judge, the justice, and then we'll listen to other things. I know a lot of us have heard some of it here and there, but maybe not everything at the same time. So let's have this. I'm going to play what the court said after it was told to leave. You know, at the point, I'm sure we don't have to play that now, when he said, "You can't try me, you know, give me what's the law." The guy was just, you know, misfiring. Anyway, here's what the judge said at first. Then I'm going to play the full sentencing. I will say sentence on them. Wait, where you going? 1 second. I'm just going to play it for you. Okay, brilliant. Right, take a listen. This is from TVC, by the way. Once this is done, I'm going to play the entire thing for you. Grace of says Nigeria. No, your part of the country is what is holding the rest of us back. Yourself and your brothers in the north. Not the entire north, though. If I should stop, I can't even put you in the same category, because at least they have strategy. Listen to this, please.
Continue the conversation of what happened in court today. Let's remind ourselves about what the judge said earlier in court.
Claimed to be a freedom fighter. He is only seeking justice for his people. Indeed, this is known in law as the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination is a political right recognized in several international instruments. Article 1 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, provides, and I quote, "All people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural developments." Unquote. The right to self-determination also entails the right of a group of people to form their political entity or their own governments. Article 20 of the African Charter on Women and People's Rights also provides, and I quote, "All people shall have the right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. They shall freely determine their political status and shall pursue their economic and social development according to the policy they have freely chosen." 2. Colonized or oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bond of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. 3. All people shall have the right to the assistance of the state parties to the present charter in their liberation struggle against foreign domination, be it political, economic, or cultural. Unquote. Nigeria has domesticated the African Charter, which is known as the African Charter on Women and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Rights, which means the provisions of the Charter are enforceable in Nigeria, provided they do not conflict with the clear provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Section 2(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended makes it clear that Nigeria is an indivisible state, which means there is no room for divisions. The said section provides, and I quote, "Nigeria is one indivisible, indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the name Federal Republic of Nigeria." Unquote. This means that anyone agitating for a breakup of the Federation of Nigeria is going against the Constitution. However, any person agitating for self-determination can do so through the National Assembly seeking for amendments of the Constitution regarding the indivisibility of Nigeria and to reflect the recognition of the agitating states. It is after this that the procedure can be said to be completed, but not excluding referendum. Any self-determination not done in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the country will be
People of God, what I said is what the justice said, and it's definitely more learned as far as that is concerned. So, Bill, I say we are thinking in the right direction. You have a right to self-determination. You can have it as long as it doesn't contradict, national, it's a signatory to many international agreements and whatever. But this whole idea of having your own space is not included. It's not it's not provided for in the Nigerian Constitution. 1 second, please. Sorry, it is not provided for in the Nigerian Constitution. Therefore, the only way that you can get your own country is to go through the legislature. They have to amend the Constitution and introduce that secession clause. Why? Because Nigerian Constitution says Nigeria is indivisible and indissoluble. We cannot dissolve it. We cannot break it. And if you want to do anything about it, you have to change that clause. You have to change that phrase and introduce the secession clause. Until then, by the way, if you are Yoruba and you are shouting, they must break it, we will declare our own country, you are committing treason. It's not about ethnicity. It's about the Constitution. You cannot be shouting, we're going to break it away. You cannot break Nigeria by just shouting. You cannot declare your own nation. That's what the justice just said. You can't declare a nation. But you can push for a bill to introduce the secession clause into the Constitution. You can discuss that concept of indissolubility of Nigerian Federation. And I've said several times, there's a book For some reason, I don't remember the author of that book, but the book is inside. The book is titled Nigeria is Negotiable. I believe that. Nigeria is negotiable. But it's not by shouting, Zezu, we have our own Zazu, you're a baboon, all those things. Now, you could just find yourself in the real zoo, you'll be in prison. Meanwhile, before he went to prison, by he I meant Nnamdi Kanu, had this to say to none other than the judge himself. Apparently, he felt no, he was untouchable. This is what he said while he was in the court. That was before the sentence. Take a listen, please.
Show me! Show me! Which law says you can try me an unwritten law? Show me, you cannot show me. You're a judge. You claim you're a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the permanent address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right to go to my permanent address? Which law gave you the right? What's this one doing here? What are you 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 doing here? This is the idiot that attacked me. This is the fool that attacked me. That's the idiot that attacked me. That's the fool. I'm telling you, don't talk. Don't talk. I'm warning you, don't talk. I'm warning you, don't talk. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I said, don't talk to me. Smart people. You don't know law. Show me where it says you can wear my right foreign address. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to show me the law. You don't know law. They are nothing new. You're writing rubbish. Show me the law. Unaddressed affidavit. You say you go. Are you doing their job for them? Those who punish you now and forever. Their job for them. Those who punish you now and forever.
To the judge, he says he doesn't know law. I'm not sure you do. Issue now and forever. That's a person in the courtroom. I'm just glad it's over. But why was he angry? Why was he angry? You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I muted earlier. So he said to the judge, says, Omotosho, you don't know law. Be like saying our client, I've been a convict, they tell judge, they tell court who know law, who don't know law. Say you don't know law. Then he says to the SAN, our mother says to him, God will judge you now and forever. But the question is, why was he angry? Because there has to be a reason. He couldn't just, be throwing tantrums like that, right? So why was he angry? Let's listen to the events that happened that I think got him angry. Take a listen, please.
Granted, it is in the constitution of this very country that final written addresses, my Lord, must be granted. I have not waived it, my Lord, and I insist that I address this court on all these issues. My Lord, do not permit
The defendant,
my Lord.
consultant, can you tell your...
My Lord, I will not, please, let me finish.
Please.
It's my case.
I've gone
It is my case, my Lord, let me finish. My Lord, this very court, a member of the OPN was here, my Lord. A member of the OPN said, at the one point we will contradict and provide a bit of evidence. A bit of evidence. I need to write my private address, my Lord.
on the count charge which reads thus.
My Lord, my Lord, I'm saying it clearly.
Defendant,
I'm trying to permit an address.
defendant,
What is the permit an address? My permit an address.
defendant,
The permit an address.
can you listen to the court?
My Lord, please.
Can you listen to the court?
My Lord, I need to find my phone
I appeal to you to comport yourself. This temple of justice.
My Lord, you are there. This is not law. You are there. It's not law.
Please, I beg you to comport yourself.
My Lord, this is not law. Show me where it says you can break my right.
Beg you to comport yourself.
Show me where it says you can break my right to family with my best.
You
show me
in the
my Lord, you are conducting the case for them. You are preparing the case for them. Let them show me the constitution. Show me where it says you can break my right to my best.
You have the right to appeal after my.
No, my Lord, this is your conduction of the court of justice. This is not law.
Can you excuse me?
My Lord, I cannot excuse.
Let him out.
It's not possible. It is not possible. My Lord,
Let him.
Some people say they can't hear. Now, all of us that heard it yesterday, that's how we heard it. My Lord, the only thing we can hear is my Lord. You cannot stop me from speaking. I have to close clinical, my Lord. And while he said all of those things, the judge kept telling him to calm down. He told him that he could always, appeal, but he didn't listen, just went on, leading to the judge to order security officials to remove him from the court. And that was when he began his tirade. He started shouting, "Show me in the law, If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share. Facebook live and share. Sorry, like and share. Thank you very much. If you're on Twitter, kindly repost. We're streaming on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, Twitch, and here on TikTok. So let's try and push it together. Thank you. Let's get this to 60K on TikTok, and then we can scale later. Anyway, that was Nnamdi Kanu. He was angry because he wanted to make a statement, and the judge is telling him, sorry about that it wasn't yet his time to speak, and that he could always speak on that later. But then he kept he got angry. Maybe it was because of waiting say go happen now, waiting make can flare like that. But it is what it is. But anyway, the question is this: after all of this, what did the judge say? Now that will take us a bit of time, but I have discovered that I think a number of us may not have heard everything. So let's listen to everything together. I have, by the way. Oh boy, this is. Give me a second. I want to find you one. One second on YouTube. All right. This one is about. It's about 40 minutes. Do you want to listen to 40 minutes or just half of it? Let me ask. Let's vote. Empress, give me a second. Type something in the comment section, Empress. So everyone, do you want to listen to the full version or the 7 minutes? Choose. Half of it. Half or full? Anybody? Too long? Yes, it's too long. So let's take the half. Let's take the half, right? We have more short. Okay, more half than full. Let's listen to the half. Go straight to the point. It's about 7 minutes, more than 7 minutes, but I think it's also good enough. This is from Channels TV. The other one is actually from Arise, but they're from the same place, just that they cut them. All right, Channels says here, court finds Nnamdi Kanu, leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, guilty of inciting violence during the NSAS protest, which led to the killing of security personnel and destruction of government properties in Lagos. Take a listen, please.
Fulani Janjaweed, they do not reason, unquote. It is important to state that the said hotels and Muritala Muhammad Airport and other property in Lagos, they are not in the north, where it seems to hate with passion. Even his own fellow Igbos people have property in Lagos. With destroying the property is said to be agitation for self-determinations. The threats and destruction which follow were corroborated in Exhibit PWD2. which is a pictorial pictures of the assessment of damage done to the Nigerian police alone in the state of southern states. So many of these police stations and even police officers were killed as a result of the incitement by the defendant. Also, Exhibit PWD-2A, which is a compilation of death reports and certificates of death of security officers in the report. The number of police officers who were killed was given as 128. Military officers were 37. Other security officers as 10. Number of police stations attacked were 164. INEC facilities destroyed were 9 in number. This clearly shows the extent of damage caused by the defendant through his inciting statements. Another caller called into the program informed that he was at Oshodi Apapa Expressway and that they are killing them. The defendant, annoyed by this information, stated for, and I, how many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill? Unquote. The caller then responded that they have burnt the Orile police stations and Ilasa police station. The defendant then told the caller not to wave the green, white, green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to another caller by saying, what I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world that people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritalem Mwane airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and ambush them. Unquote. The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria. According to PW5, he led a team of officers to investigate the destructions and killing of the security personnel that occurred during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWD2 and Exhibit PWD2A. The results were quite alarming. The court is mindful not to attribute all the happening during the NSAS protest on the defendant. However, there is no doubt that the incitement by the defendant contributed likely to the killing of security operatives, as well as destruction of public properties. The defendant incited people to destroy property such as the Lassa police station, other police stations, and properties of the government. The evidence before this court shows that the said properties were actually destroyed, such as the Lassa police stations, the High Court of Lagos in Igoshere, as well as PRT buses belonging to Lagos State government in Oyinbo. PW2 also testified that military couples were killed by those incited by the defendants in Olu in Imo State. In addition, PW4 stated that his driver and one of his tactical officers were killed as a result of the incitement. The action of the defendants were clear, as it was aimed to cause anarchy by killing security operatives in Nigeria, which would in turn lead to breakdown of law and order. The defendant had an evil intention to wreak havoc on the people and government of Nigeria. Are all these actions consistent with agitation for self-determination? The answer to this is in negative. His violent outbursts, as well as his instigations of the public to attack and kill security officers in southern Nigeria without provocation, was downright barbaric and without any conscience whatsoever. the defendant did not feel any concern for the family of the officers who were detained, he turned himself to a tyrant who could take life anytime he pleased. Such persons cannot be allowed to remain in society of sane minds. His shocking instigations to kill other human beings was incomprehensible, and this court hereby condemned it. But I must say that the evidence extracted is minute compared to the avalanche of. I must say that evidence extracted in this judgment is minute and very small to the avalanche of evidence and broadcast before this court by the defendant. The defendant made extremely threatening statements, incited people to violence. The prosecution has successfully discharged its burden of proving counts 4 and 5 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of the said counts 4 and 5. Now, count 6. For count 6, the defendant is charged with the offense of making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, in which he directed members of the indigenous peoples of Biafra, a proscribed organization, to manufacture bombs, thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(f) of the Terrorism Prevention and Amendment Act 2013. Section 1(2)(f) of the.
The truth is, it would have been better to listen to the whole thing. Maybe I'll put it out when I'm, getting the video out. It talked about, that was where I quoted the scripture in the book of Matthew. It talked about mercy. It talked about the fact that he slapped his counsel. The judge saw everything that it was in. He said it took judicial notice. And he was essentially shouting, if I'm talking, nobody talks. The judge repeated everything. Right, it's in the fuller thing. So when I'm putting out the video, I'm going to put that version there. But then again, we all know this. This happened already. But what was the reaction of the Nigerian? The defense. Is it the defense counsel? No, the prosecuting counsel. That's Barrister Womolo. I'd like you to listen to. No. I think we should listen to him. Let me play to you what he said before the judgment and what he said after the judgment. And when we're done with him, we'll listen to those who call themselves the consultants to Nnamdi Kanu. In the fuller version, you will hear how, they were reminding the judge that they were not his counsel, but his consultants. Anyway, this is what Awomolo says before the sentence, and then I'll play what he said afterwards. Take a listen, please. Oh dear, 1 second. I'm playing on a different device. Okay.
Other human being was incomprehensible, and this court hereby condemned it. But I must say that the evidence extracted is minute compared to the avalanche of. I must say that evidence.
In that, with all sense of humility, I say, sir, as a prosecutor, that this court has no discretion in that regard, and that the only sentence that your lordship will impose for counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 is death sentence. This court has the power to do so, and with respect must do so. The language of the act is clear, and the court is urged to apply it strictly without deviation. For the
very good. All right, so that was what he said initially. He would like the judge to sentence him to death. The judge mentioned that, by the way, in the fuller version, we talked about the fact that, he was only going to commute it to life sentence because of mercy. Anyway, this is the same person, the same SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Awomolo. This is what he said after the judgment. Take a listen, please.
The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria. They will not be able to sleep with their two eyes closed. What is important is that every Nigerian must consider issue of security as his personal business. When you look away, when you compromise, or when you show fear, you are encouraging the miscreants, the vandals, the criminals, the terrorists to fester. This issue ought not to have festered for that long. Nigeria is our own country. We have no other country we can call our own. Secondly, it is our responsibility as Nigerians to help the government by way of information. You had during the trial information concerning how several heads of human skull were used to bury a scoundrel, somebody who is a criminal. So just because people were afraid. We all must be courageous enough to confront terrorism, criminality, and all sort of things. I know that, political insinuations of perspective will be put into this matter. I was in court in there when somebody was saying, oh, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. We are all Nigerians. We must love one another. We must not compromise the security of the country on the basis of those primordial sentiments. So I congratulate Nigeria today for seeing the end of this, and let it be a warning to those who may think they are bigger than Nigeria. Nigeria is bigger than every one of us. The law is bigger than every one of us. And the law will take its course to deal with miscreants, to deal with terrorists, to deal with criminals. All of us are victims when we keep quiet. All of us are victims when we don't do what we ought to do. Therefore, let everybody be a Nigerian. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, sir.
All right. I like the fact that Barrister Omolo actually spoke as a Nigerian, and also for the people of the Southeast. He talked about the fact that they can now sleep with their two eyes closed. He talked about the fact that they've gone through a lot, and this will bring closure. And so from a sane mindset, what you're thinking about is the people who suffered, right, and the fact that they've gained closure. But from another, the other mindset, I'm not going to say insane, you see everything, through the perspective of, this man represents us. If he represents you that much, how come he's ordering people to kill your people? The families of those whose lives were lost, don't they have any right, to justice? How can a man say that 2,000 people must die for one of his comrades to be buried? They have to bury 2,000 people without one. Then they said they were only able to get 30 human beings. Anyway, he had his own counsel, and they spoke on his behalf. And this is their own, these are their reactions to the judgment. Take a listen first to Aloysius, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, and then the other gentleman that went to the court with him. Take a listen, please.
months ago?
Well, I feel very bad. Not only me, I feel sad. My colleague is here. All of us, we feel very bad. It's a very bad day for judiciary. It's a very bad day for the criminal justice system in Nigeria. This is the first time in my entire life as a lawyer that I have seen a man being convicted for the mere words he uttered. Just like someone can say, don't be silly, and you say he committed an offense, and somebody say, just go and die, and you say he committed an offense. In law, we call those things mere puffery. They are harmless speeches. And you accuse a man of making broadcasts from a location somewhere around the world that he didn't name, and you could not tie any of those broadcasts directly to any criminal activity in Nigeria, and he stands convicted. That is very bad. So it kind of lends credence to this very narrative that the Igbo man faces another type of justice in Nigeria, in other than from the one that is being faced by others.
Sorry to interject. Are you saying those words of incitement as found by the court were just commentary or buffers, as you rightly mentioned?
They are mere puffery. A lot of people make empty threats every day. You fight with a man or you fight with your fellow woman, and she says to you, okay, go and die, I'll come and kill you, this and that, don't be silly, accident, Amadi or let thunder fire you. Are you supposed to be convicted for that?
Okay, sir, so we are now at this point where the court has delivered its judgment. What is the next line of action? Although Mr. Kanu does not have a lawyer as he stands, because you all are his consultants, so what would you advise him to do? And despite the killings happening in the southern eastern part of Nigeria?
Well, we're heading to the Court of Appeal, but as a responsible citizen, I'll see this opportunity to call for calm. I don't want anybody to get so angry in this East that some violence will start occurring from here and there. Let everybody be calm. This situation can be controlled. We have the next court in the chain, which is the Court of Appeal, and we're heading to the Court of Appeal.
Okay. And how optimistic are you that the Court of Appeal would either upturn or upheld this judgment?
Can my colleague take that question?
Yes, please.
Sure, please.
Well, thank you very much. We are very optimistic because in the first place, from the analysis my Lord gave, you will find that my Lord was not able to pinpoint at any one single person who carried out any of the acts that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is said to have incited. You said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu incited killing. You didn't bring one single person who said, yes, I was the one who was incited. So to me, I felt that it was the court giving evidence. I felt that it was the court giving evidence.
I am warning.
Here's the other lawyer.
Judgment is dedicated on our anger. Thank God that the judgment was streamed live and everybody watched it. You see the anger in delivering the judgment, and it's not predicated on law. Now, I also want to let you know that this charge, that the investigation that gave rise to this charge was not investigated, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's statement, was rejected by this court, and they did not tender any document as investigation report. That is to say, the investigation was not, the offense was not investigated. Having said that, also something that happened in the court today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu filed the matter in Court of Appeal. And he's asking, my Lord, that particular matter I filed in Court of Appeal anchored on this particular issue. Please, can you just suspend this judgment? Let Court of Appeal direct what to do. My Lord, the Court. Supreme Court directed the prosecution what to do. Amend this particular charge. Nnamdi Kanu was saying that, please, can you amend this charge? They refused. With the combined effect of all this, I'm assuring you that this judgment will not stand. And the Court of Appeal will do justice to it. Now, I also want to plead with judiciary. Nnamdi Kanu is representing himself because the court has given the prosecution a blanket order to detain Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wherever they want. They should detain Mazi Nnamdi Kanu where we have access to file his appeal, because he has 90 days to file his appeal. And the judge said that the judgment will be ready in the next 15 minutes. I also enjoy the media. We have the record of proceedings from the day they were attached till today. I want you to check the record of proceedings and evidence standard, reconcile it with the judgment. Now you now see what we are talking about. You are bringing British into this matter, bringing America into this matter. You are now trying to so that the British and America will be against national country. Something that was never an issue, that was never tendered, that was never given evidence on, and they are raising the issue. So this is a judgment against the Igbos. This is a judgment against the good people of Southeast, and it's because of mass national is an evil. You cannot give this kind of.
I hereby sentence the convict to life imprisonment.
It's a judgment against the Igbos. It's a judgment against people of the Southeast. They need to give these people their own nation. If you like, kill yourself, finish, then you know who is judging who. By the way, why not go wake up your ancestors to bring them to this matter? Who is this? Emma Soro, you're on the comment section. Anyway, the man was very bold, the lawyer, and he said something else. Take a listen to. Again, there's the reason I'm playing all this. I'm going to speak when it's time. Take a listen to this other, the same lawyer who just spoke. You know the way he's talking. We need somebody right now in this whole scenario. We need Lai Wasabi. We really do need him. Lawyer Lai, Barrister Lai, Esquire that I can inquire about. Take a listen, please.
Now, good evening. Just because many of you have been calling me, let everybody calm down. We are filing our notice appeal tomorrow. And be rest assured, the judgment is going to be set aside because this is not judgment at all. If you are doubting me, I will get the citizen of the judgment tomorrow. I will give it to you and the record of proceedings. You will now discover that the judge left what issues that we raise. He left everything that we are talking about and be writing another thing. So that judgment, it was predicated on anger. It just Mazin Kalo has insulted me. I will show him that I'm a judge. That's all. That's all. It's not predicated on law at all. A matter that was not investigated, the judge, you rejected the statement of Mazin and the Kalo, the DSS wanted to tender. Now, if a matter that was not investigated, there was no statement, there was no investigation report, on what basis are you giving judgment? Issues of the whole Mazin and the Kalo, you did not even address it. You are talking about bombing Britain, British High Commission, bombing American Embassy. All those things doesn't make.
This is one of the lawyers. He said they did that because he was Igbo. The reason Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment is because he's Igbo. It's amazing. Well, that's what he thinks. Anyway, there's another person who wrote an article. Cubana High Priest, or Chief Priest, he calls himself. He says, official Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as long as MNK remains in jail, you cannot and will never get up to 10,000 votes in Southeast come 2027. Do these people think at all? Tinubu does not need one vote from the Southeast. It would be good if he has votes from the Southeast. It would be beautiful, but he doesn't need votes from the Southeast. Now, I've said it earlier. Looking at the last 3 electoral cycles, we already know that a president doesn't, to be president, you don't need votes from the Southeast. We saw it in 2015, in 2019, in 2023. Those last 3 elections, the people who have been President Buhari and President Tinubu. Is official Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as long as MNK remains in jail, you cannot and will never get up to 10,000 votes in Southeast come 2027. I will not lie to you, Papa. As a friend of your government, I have no reason to whitewash you. MNK is the supreme leader of Southeast. His detention has caused so much setback, and I'm so surprised that all your useless ministers from Southeast cannot even tell you the truth, because they are all cowards. None of them has capacity and can do anything to make the people love and respect you. As for governors, they will all disappoint you because they will tell. I mean, this is just absolute. I don't have time. The point is, whatever he's saying is fine. The point is just that you have no leverage. How do they beg? And there's nothing to beg. As a matter of fact, it's done. Just go to appeal court. I can't read everything because I think it's a waste of time. But that's what happened. should I play this? Let me play you something. Number 1 second. Okay, I have the CTC of the judgment, but it's 144 pages, so I don't. We can't read it here. That's Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu judgment. Let's just leave that one for now. More than start waiting if you finish. All right, here is Nnamdi Kanu's brother. Speaking on the whole issue. I think this was even before the sentence, but he had this to say. Take a listen, please.
People keep going. Go everywhere in Nigeria, people are dying. Terrorists are killing people. The Muslim can kill anyone. The answer is no. So what is he doing in detention? It's an act of evil. Attack against Muslim Africano is attack against the Igbos and innocent people of this country. What Muslim Africano is facing is persecution and persecution. He has said this repeatedly. You cannot try a man without a written law. He has only simply asked the judge and the prosecution to provide him with that section of the law that says you can try him. You cannot try a man under a repealed law. That would not work. It looks as if there is a grand conspiracy to jail Muslim. How can you jail a man who has done that? How can you jail a man that he don't have any evidence to present before the court? He's not a terrorist, and they have done nothing to prove that he's a terrorist. Since 2016, this case began. From pillar to post, this same very situation was what killed my parents. In 2017, they could not survive the trauma of Operation Python dance. What is he asking for? Justice and equity. That's what he stands for. It's not against anybody in particular. Mazin Nnamdi has come to court today to make it clear to the court that he has told the judge that he has no constitutional power to try him. Ab initio, the court lacks jurisdiction. Even from the Supreme Court, they made a mess of this case by remitting the same case back to Federal High Court. That is called double jeopardy law. You cannot try a man who has been discharged for how long?
These guys have a funny way. You're not a lawyer, you didn't study law, but you know double jeopardy. And that the court doesn't have jurisdiction. Well done. So he said they were not able to prove any of the things. Of course. Oh dear, the video I was going to play just moved out now. I'm gonna play the journey. We'll play some other time. But yeah, you should listen to this, by the way, before we move to something else. I was going to talk about the hearing at the United States Congress yesterday, but we don't have time. We'll talk about that on Monday. But in case you are still doubting what he said and how that affected people in Nigeria, take a listen to Nnamdi Kanu himself.
Shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, they are shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals, they are not human beings. They may be wearing police they are not human beings. These are terrorists from Niger. These are terrorists from Gambia. These are foreign terrorists from Chad. They are not human beings. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motoram Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. I mean, are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Sideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lassa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Sele police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much. That is, since if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green, but green, white, and red.
We're going to go to the topic soon. I'm going to bring 1 or 2 people up. I think somebody wants to make a comment. I'm going to have that person come down. I'll read from YouTube, and a lot of people have said stuff on YouTube as well, and also on Facebook. But right now, there's Dr. CEO. I can't see you anymore, Dr. CEO. Are you still there? Well, while we wait for him, I'll just read some of the comments here on YouTube. All right. Okay, Aguncha, I think is Igbo clearly. It says you need to own up as many genuinely truthful Yorubas have done that the Igbo tribe are hated and marginalized. You are the only ones who are hated. If you like, let 1 billion Yoruba people say it, I disagree. And that's the beauty of being Yoruba. We don't have to think the same way, especially when we have facts to the contrary. I do not see the marginalization, and you can't say it apart from saying that you are biased. What does that? You are seriously biased. What does that mean? What is it that your people don't have in Nigeria that others have? Tell me. Oh, federal presence. There are federal universities, federal polytechnics, federal colleges of education, infrastructure. All of the 5 southeastern states. You don't have C. Shaving my half one sin. That one is in the hands of God now. That one is God that is marginal. Let me not say it. There's no C in Sokoto. There's no C in Kano. There's no C in Ibadan. There's no C in Oshogbo. You guys, Magdi, you are here again. Looks like, don't mute him. Please let him speak. Please don't mute him. This is cathartic for him. Like Ogunle Pofun is actually troubled by his parents' demons. So allow him to type so I can send him back to his parents. Allah Leko. I meant you're not properly trained. That's what Allah Leko means. Because as I'm saying it, I'll be telling you what it means so that you can hear it very well. Someone says, can no move to Sokoto prison. I don't know yet though. All right. So, okay. I don't care if 1,000 Yoruba people believe that. That's not the point. The point is that have they studied it? And can you provide proof that there's marginalization of the Igbos? You leave. Nobody's chasing you anywhere. And yet you say people don't like you. If they don't like you, they should have removed you since. But you are there. You've during Obasanjo's term as president, your region produced time when your state, all the states in the south, did not produce the minister that each state must produce according to federal character. Am I muted? Can you hear me? Please, can you hear me? Okay. All right. So there's no time that there's something that the federal government, there was no time that you were denied of your allocation from the federal government. You get everything every other state gets. All this nonsense about marginalization doesn't mean anything. It's just emotional blackmail. There's no truth to it, and Nigerians have to understand it is not true. I've been to the Southeast. It's not better than anywhere else, but I don't think it's worse than other parts. It's just the regular Nigerian town, although it can be better. Every other place can be better either as well. But the point is that there's nothing like, oh, the federal government is doing something for this place, they're not doing anything for this place. It doesn't make sense. It's just a rhetoric that you use. And I'm not saying that the federal government has done enough for the Southeast. Of course not. Of course not. There is more that can be done. But this thing about crying all over the place and telling people that, oh, they hate me, they have not done anything for me, tell that to your people. Let's go on. Isukat for night says, someone says, I've heard I heard they have better federal roads than Southwest. I cannot confirm that one, but they have good roads too. They have bridges, they have roads, they have, let me tell you one very funny joke. It's not a joke, to be honest. I think it was last year or early this year. Somebody came along and said, oh, there's no federal presence in the Southeast. This was just after the burning of the National Open University of Nigeria in Imo State. There was a rumor that certain IDPs would be moved. I mean, somebody was saying, somebody in House of Reps was saying they should move, the IDPs, that's internally displaced persons. They should move to Imo State. Thank you very much for the heart. They should move some of them to Imo State. And these guys heard about it in Imo State and burnt down the infrastructure, the structure where they're supposed to bring those people in Imo. They burnt it down. That structure was owned by the federal government of Nigeria. It's National Open University of Nigeria. They burnt it down. And they said there's no federal presence there. The one where you born right now, a local presence with that one. It's just nonsense. And if you try to discover that they're just, your state governors should get busy. And some of them are getting busy, by the way, But yeah, cry to them. May God hear your cries. Back to YouTube. You suck at Fortnite. He says, but the structure of the Fulani left half of Hausa land as slaves, that people will disappear once the Hausa and 90% of the population wakes up. This is not very clear. It's not very clear. It was conquest. It's what it is. That was then. When they wake up, things will change. Yeah, I think they're waking up too. Let's move on. Akador says, good evening, Prof. Good evening, sir. I want Biafra to be free. Me too. But as long as Biafra means Igbo land. I want them to have Igbo land. I think it's fair that people actually wish them well in their pursuit of Igbo land. But no space more than Igbo land. Just Igbo land. They should get it. Akador, thank you for the gift on YouTube. Thank you very much. Adesolu Olalimilekan says, when Tinubu finishes his tenure and Fulani take over the government as Yoruba will see the Fulani action in Yoruba land. They have already surrounded Yoruba from Kwara State. So what should we do about that? Some of you just go everywhere looking for them, just leave you alone. So, okay, what should we now do? If we tell you now to carry gun, join Amotekun, you will be speaking English. You sell hopelessness and irresponsibility, and how you're able to mix both is amazing. You sell hopelessness, but you hate responsibility. If you want us to know that you are very serious, come and go and do it for us. Thank you very much. Uzori says, why are you scared of the Igbos? Who? Era pere lion. Ẹkáàbọ. Someone says even USA is scared of Igbo. Oh, okay. You know, this is actually lunacy. Like, what does everybody have to be scared of? Stupidity. It is well. It is well. It is well. It is well. Let me not say anything, but I hear you. I hear you. You are wrong, by the way, but you know, it is well. So Lagunju Emmanuel says the Igbos are not willing to go anywhere, but they want to have access to everything Nigerian and also to their Biafra. They won't even want to leave my kitty, talk less of leaving all Southwest states. And when people talk about Southwest, it's also important. Thank you for mentioning the kitty. People assume we're talking about Lagos. It's everywhere in the Southwest. I know the funny thing, nobody's chasing anyone. Nobody's chasing anyone. But you can't keep taunting me in my land, telling me you will leave, and I tell you to leave, then you call me bigot. You are a dunce. Like, you're not thinking. You say you want to leave, carry your bags and go. And by the way, you know we all travel. Unless you got scholarship to study in a particular place, or you got a job that required you to travel because you're an expatriate, the idea that you move to another person's place and be shouting that you want to leave is stupid, because you literally were not invited. If you want to leave, you don't have to seek permission. Just get on the next bus and go back. May God bless you and have a safe journey. All right, read a few more things here. Uzo says Biafra will come fast now. Just always define Biafra. As long as Biafra is Igbo land or Igbo nation should come. All right, the judge tried. He broke the judgment down like he was explaining it to primary school children. Yes, he did, but our people will listen to the others when we put out the video. Olaguji says now they have sent him to Sokoto. Oh, we've confirmed it though. I was looking at the news earlier. Folks on TikTok says Sokoto. Folks here also says Sokoto. So is God not so good? You know, now that he'll be in Sokoto, you know, he'll be able to wear Sokoto. Sokoto. But that was a good idea, Shao. Respect to the judge. But sorry, folks want to come up. When you come up, please let us know why they didn't want him to remain in Kuje. Shokotofa. Wow. The Department of State Services (DSS) has moved leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra (IPOB), also known as leader of Southeast Terrorist Group, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to the Nigerian Custodial Center in Sokoto. Oh, let me read from Cable. Aloy Jimako, legal counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, says the indigenous people of Biafra leader has been transferred to correctional center in Sokoto following his life sentence. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has just been moved from DSS Abuja to the correctional facility, that's prison in Sokoto, so far away from his lawyers, family, loved ones, and well-wishers. People of God, do good though. Do good. Do good. You know how Awo was moved from Lagos, they took him to Calabar, away from his family, lawyers, loved ones, and well-wishers. Took him to Calabar. What goes around comes around, after all. All right, safe journey to Sokoto. At least the judge has taught Kanu and IPOB the meaning of mercy, as they had none, not even for pregnant women with children. Thank you. Sami says Biafra supporters often shy away from constructive debates, choosing instead to respond with personal attacks. Constitutional reform along the lines of regional governments is more likely to succeed. It's Green's Life says you are so shameless. I think he's talking about his parents. He says his parents are so shameless, and he thinks that God, everything he wants you about is happening at your backyard. Your family house is burnt now. family house is burnt, so you should enjoy that. His green is like, you don't even know how to write. Maybe you should write in Igbo so you can read. I can read Igbo, by the way. Otu abo ato ano you say asa. But your parents did not raise you properly. You're very stupid. All right, we'll read a few more things here. Oh, people are they even responded to him. They called him an idiot in the comment section. You two people, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, let's just stop here for now. I will bring. No, should we go to today's topic? You need to have a name and bio to come up. That's true, because I thought about it. Some people come and writing nonsense. Let me read Facebook. I'll bring somebody up. You speak, then I'll read Facebook, and then we'll read something from that book and call it a day. There was only one person that wanted to speak. Oh. Wait, oh. There are so many guests. Okay, this is what we'll do. I'll bring everybody up, right? But I'm going to time us. It's 2 minutes, please. Then, please let me time us, right? Let's take 2 minutes, 3 minutes max, because 2 minutes may be too small. Please try and round everything up in 2 minutes. If you can't, then extra 1 minute, 3 minutes. Wow, 3 minutes will be 30 minutes. So these are 10 people. Okay, since you are here, we'll bring people up, and we have to change the topic on YouTube to matters arising, because I'm not sure we're going to get to today's topic, but let's see how it goes. All right, let's do this. Wow. Please, when you come up as well, please let me ask people, don't rub it in, okay? Don't curse people out. Don't rub anything in. Let's just focus on. Just don't say, "Oh, what's it that for?" Like, I don't think it's something to gloat over, to be honest, right? It happened, but let's not, begin to gloat and, turn into something else. Okay. Someone says 1 minute is enough. Okay, so we'll do 1 minute, max 2 minutes. Okay, I think that works better. So please, let's make it, respectful. Not necessarily to me, I'm talking, of course, to me, definitely, but I'm saying, you get the point. Can't we still misbehave in the comments? Whatever you do is fine. All right, let's have, no, we're not doing camera break. Let's have Adekomi. Adekomi will go first.
All right, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening to everybody here.
Okay, I think he's
and Ekale, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go on.
All right, sir. Before I even go into the talk today, I was watching some videos on your page yesterday, and I was looking at, I was hearing funny things, me, Uropa, and all those things. It's so funny. You see, whatever you are agitating for can be done strategically and can be done intellectually. Well, while it is true we are not here to rub anything, whatever on anybody's face, but we also have to consideration the lives, the family of those who lost their lives as a result of this burn down, what have you. So as for me, I think it's a win for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless us. God bless Nigeria. I have a lot to say, but it's not allowed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's still echoing. No, Redomi is actually what's making you hear. It's what's making me hear. Oh dear. Oh boy. Without Redomi, I'm not going to hear what he's saying. I think there's something wrong with one of the devices, so I'm going to have to buy another one later. Okay, we'll find a way. I'll find a way around it. Okay, we'll find a way around it. But thank you very much for your submission, Adekomi. Let's go to Ojulari. Good evening.
Prof, good evening, sir. Thank you for your good efforts, sir. And
thank you, sir.
Always here to learn. It has always been an interesting time. Every time we come, always having a lot to absorb. God bless you, sir. More strength, more wisdom. I'll quickly make my submission before I leave, sir. I want to start by congratulating the very, very few among the Igbos who sees the positive in the development yesterday. Honestly, I was afraid he will not be given the fair judgment, given the pressure that has been put on the judiciary and the federal government to not to handle this thing. But it was very impressive the way the judge was all about justice, and yet he made it very clear that he was still mitigating the sentence. They will go ahead, they will appeal, like they said. But I think it is very, very disappointing because the large percentage of Igbos I have encountered online and making comments on this did not see the positive in it. They thought it was unfair. They thought it was more like a kind of war against the Igbos. And I know it is a fallout from years of misinformation, propaganda, and all of this. And it is very, very pitiful. But I just hope that these people will embrace the reality because it seems completely lost in their own imaginary world. They will understand that things may not continue to go because people will not continue to accommodate you. And I will round off by appealing to other Nigerians. I think it is time you also care for yourself, especially to my Yoruba people, because we have become so liberal and so accommodating that we now hurt ourselves so badly and we are losing ourselves in the process. And the people we have released the whole of ourselves to, they are ungrateful. They do not even see the positive in what we are doing or appreciative of the effort or sacrifice we make for them, because I see it as sacrifice. If they did, how would they be seeing a war between themselves and Igbos and Yorubas because of this judgment? Like it's Yoruba that has judged. It is the Federal Republic of Nigerian law that has sentenced Nnamdi Kanu and not the Yorubas. But nonetheless, our people should pay more attention to themselves, take care of themselves more, and let the strangers know that they are strangers in your land. I know you want to embrace everybody like brothers, but it is time you begin to make it clear to strangers, you are but strangers here. Maybe by that we'll be able to help the Igbos to remember their homes, to not abandon their home, to think of repairing their homes, because if they miss this opportunity to repair their homes, it may remain deserted, I don't know, for only God knows how long. So thank you so much for the opportunity, Professor. God bless.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry. All right, thank you very much for that submission. I really do appreciate that. God bless you, sir. So we'll go to Dr. CEO, and then we'll have Perism afterwards.
Well,
good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Prof. Thank you very, very much for bringing me up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed your program, although I've not always had time to come up all the time. But this time, it's an interesting thing. We have an interesting development in our hands, in the sense that one of the things that has been drawing Nigeria back is the lack of application of the laws of the land. For one time now, the law has been applied the way it should be applied, and see what is happening. People are now shouting and say, because Sanibo man. So when will justice prevail in that country? If in every situation, a person is convicted for an offense that is clearly debated in court, and everybody witnessed all the atrocities that this guy committed, I'm not against him. I'm not for him. I'm just talking neutrally. This could happen to anybody. That when you are fighting against a state, you should know what it means. This guy doesn't seem to understand that. And I'm so ashamed to hear people who of the Igbo extraction who will just come up here and think somebody is because it's an Igbo man, anybody that says anything about him is just, or if the law is applied to him, it's applied against all Igbo people for a crime that is so clear. So if it is not clear, you have a procedure. You go to the if you think you're not being well treated, go to the appeals court, and then we find out what it's going to be. If the appeals court says okay, it's not well debated and it is not well done, then you can, then the proper course will be taken. But for somebody to come up here ignorantly saying that this is a judgment against Igbo and all the whatnots, I find it very disturbing. It has always been disturbing, but this time it's getting clear. And I want to say that this is the cause or one of the biggest reasons why that country is not moving forward. And I'm so grateful for Judge Omotosho, for him taking the courage without fear or favor to be able to deliver this judgment. Now we can, at least for the time being, until the proper appeal has been taken and he has been freed from it, for now, we can now categorically state that Nnamdi Kanu was a convicted terrorist. And that is the point. So that is, you need a court judgment. Before now, but now he is any Igbo man that is saying something otherwise is just ignorant of the law. So that's just the few things the short thing I want to say. And I really, we shouldn't be intimidated by what people are saying. We should not be intimidated. I'm not for whether I'm Igbo or Yoruba. It doesn't matter actually. It's the question of law. If Nigeria wants to move forward, it has to learn, Nigeria has to learn to apply the law, just as it is being done. Otherwise, we can't move forward. Everybody goes to UK, you go to America, you go everywhere, and then you are enjoying good life there. The reason why there is good life there, because you know, if you commit an offense, you'll be dealt with decisively. There is no mercy for it. And that is what has been applied. And look at what people are saying. So thank you very much for all your effort. I'm grateful for bringing me up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. CEO. I really appreciate your submission. And yes, this is, you've said it all, right? Like, we've always complained about not having laws respected and stuff, but now we do, and we should celebrate that. So thank you very much for that submission. Let's go to Mr. Perism, and then we'll have TY. By the way, I like the point you also made that they can go to, one second, Mr. Perism. One second, Perism. They can go to the appeal court, and if it changes, then it changes. But as it is right now, he's a convict, and it's okay. Let's listen to Perism. Please go on, sir.
Good evening, sir. You see, when I was small, somebody way you back. Mama sọ pé kí ni mini òwe tán pa ẹ̀. For instance, pé tá bá gúnyán nínú ewé ta pé ìlú ewé wo lẹ ti fẹ́ gúnyán àbí nǹkan kò yé mi. Even this one, ìyàn ogún ọdún ó máa ń jóni lọ́wọ́. I keep wondering until when I started growing up and the reality started dawning on me that, oh, this is what àwọn Yorùbá ń pa. And thank God you've read it here today. It was not Omotosho who sentenced Nnamdi. It was Nnamdi who sentenced Nnamdi. Nnamdi Azikiwe sentenced Nnamdi. Yes, that singular act, that singular, don't incite secession clause into our constitution. That singular act, that and I schooled in the East, Atifani group Waloni, no. It was not Omotosho was doing his job, and he read it clearly. It is a treasonable offense, and it was your man because of his greediness. Because of his greediness. So all this, let them turn it to Yoruba and Igbo things. We are ready. We will counter them. Let them turn it. But I like how everything is calm over there. Last year, I don't think we've had them fighting or do any sort of things. And I usually pacify my people over there. Let us know how to do things diplomatically. It won't lead us to anywhere. Look at where he fetch him now. Sokoto or Bonana below. It's just unfortunate. And I pray we will get it right in this country. I don't like the way the country is. I don't like the way it is. I want it to be structured, but not the way of you killing people, maiming your own people to fight the freedom of. It's very bad. So thank you for your effort. Thank you for what you are doing. Article tẹ sọ ní participation tẹ kà ní tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 1954 yẹn ṣé mo lè rí ní Redomi books. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I will do something. I think somebody has also asked me about that thing. I will do something. Either you find it on Redomi Books or Redomi Global in the coming days. Like you see it whether on Redomi Books. By the way, if you don't know, we have a Telegram channel where you can purchase books and you can have them delivered to you wherever you're in the world. It's called Redomi Books on Telegram. And there's another one where you can get free stuff. So links, certain books that you may not be able to find, so few things like that. You find that one in Redomi Global. It's also on Telegram, so you can visit both. All right. And so that's that about that. Today we're not doing Redomi Republic because we're discussing matters arising. Today's topic itself, it is well. Let's have TY, and then we'll have Oduwole. TY,
Anyway, I like that thing that gentleman said, Perizio. He said Nnamdi Azikiwe convicted Nnamdi Kanu. That's a very good point, valid point. Because when our own father was saying, let us have this thing in this place, this clause that will make everybody to be able to go freely and comfortably with no qualms. Nnamdi Azikiwe was agitating that no, we should not have it. We should be glued together forever. No intelligent person or sane person would think that he can glue together with somebody who he doesn't share cultural values with. You should have an opportunity to be able to exit if you have the reason to exit. But when they forcefully put it together, and now somebody wants to forcefully come out of it, and is not following the right channel, and now that thing is biting them, and now you are crying. So you have to, maybe in future, if any of this kind of thing happen again, people will be the first to rush to say, let us put it there in case, let us put it there in case. So we are learning, and I'm happy that that guy mentioned that thing, and I really applaud him for that. And again, if Nnamdi Kanu is going to Sokoto, after all, we are all Nigeria. So this is what we have been hearing. Are we not Nigerians? So nobody should say Sokoto is far away from family or whatever. We are all Nigerians. Wherever you find yourself, you are a Nigerian. So you have to go to Sokoto and you wear your Sokoto there. And secondly, we are talking about somebody saying that this is something Yoruba. Somebody in the court, one lady in the court there was opening her mouth and saying the judge is Yoruba, Chief Justice is Yoruba, this one is Yoruba. This is not Yoruba versus Igbo. This is Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu. And I'm also happy that anybody who wants to protest now, you must learn how to protest. You must know that your protest must be free and fair. You must not protest with the aim and objective to destroy another man's property. You should protest and air your grievances like a civilized somebody. Do not say, go and destroy Lagos. Don't say it, and don't say you are going to destroy Ondo. If I'm from Ondo and I want to destroy Ondo, that will be my own state that I want to destroy. Do not go to another man's state and say you want to go and destroy and giving orders. You are from Abia state. You have not mentioned go and destroy Abia. Go and catch Ozikalu, or whatever they call him. But you are talking to another person. They should go there and destroy his property. Destroy everything. And now I am happy that that thing was read out. A big message has been passed to every Nigerian, including myself, that there is law in Nigeria and whatever you do will not be overlooked if it poses as a security risk to the life and property of Nigeria. So let us be guided and let us behave like a civil people and do not call Nigeria zoo. Because if you call Nigeria zoo and you are acting like the animal in the zoo, we are going to punish you according to your animalistic behavior. So Nigeria is not zoo. Nigeria is a sovereign country, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, too. I really appreciate that. Man, people are wilding in these comment sections, man. YouTube, TikTok, you guys are just on another level. Someone on TikTok says, Jesus, how do you guys think of these things? It says he's going for his forever NYSC in Sokoto. Jesus is Lord. Another one says Kanu likes comparing Hausa to cows. Kanu will be trained how to raise and respect cows in Sokoto. I said, don't rub it in. This is, in fact, let me read some comments, by the way, from X. We're not bringing anybody up again, I beg, because of time. We have to move on. So someone says he's coming back to Abuja. This is an Igbo man, by the way. He says he's coming back to Abuja once he files the notice of appeal.
Hello,
He's coming back to continue his court processes. That is his fundamental right. For now, the Igbo communities in Sokoto will make sure he lacks nothing. Igbo is legion. Igbo Amaka. Somebody now says, for inside prison, the Lulu. It's amazing how, people try to make themselves happy, but it's okay. I mean, if it makes them feel good. I'm kind of happy that certain people will find closure. Nobody's thinking about the people of the Southeast, though. It's interesting. It is what it is, I guess. All right, we have 3 more people, and then we'll move on. Whatever we want to move on to, whether to today's topic or something else. Let's have Oduwole. Sorry, I can only see Biro. I don't know if that's your name.
Good evening.
Birunke. Okay, sorry about that. Oduwole Birunke.
It's Oduwole Birunke. Okay. Yeah, it's Oduwole Birunke. Good evening, bro. This is my first time I'm coming up on your program, though I do watch your program.
Thank you.
With the way yesterday, you really tried. That is what Yoruba call stubborn initial. I really love it. I gave it to him. He tried. And I'm going to digress a bit because of the time allotted to me. I will digress a bit as a woman, and let this serve as a deterrent to those people that failed to train their children, most especially as much as possible to train moral values. It's so clear and so clear manners. I'm not sorry to say that guy is mannerless. The way he talks. In fact, I love the way when George Omotosho was addressing the so-called consultants in law, his lawyers that he later turned to. Yorùbá ní àwọn ọ̀nà tí wọ́n máa ń gbà fi ń sọ òkú ọ̀rọ̀ ìbànú. He told a guy, a client that will be slapping you, I will be shunning you. Seeing you publicly. See all the rubbish he was clearing out, and that is it. So as parents, we shouldn't fail. We should please try as much as possible to make sure we instill morals and values in our child. I have those as friends. They are not all bad. Majority of them that is always giving them this head like they are better. Point that from a well on earth they think they had that kind of spirit on. I don't know, because we've never been doing anything better than any of you have not been doing it. With what he has been facing now, with where he's going, I'm so happy. One for neighboring research there. You will be okay. You will be seriously okay. By the time he comes out, maybe to come and take a kind of fresh air, his head will be reset and he will be able in a sovereign country that you cannot just succeed without having the proper whatever in place so that from another sovereign country. So I love it. Right. Let him face it. He's doing. He has paid the pipers. Let him dictate the tune and dance.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you very much for that submission. God bless you. Ikena on YouTube. Sorry about your parents. I hope they are better now. And if not, keep praying. Hopefully a miracle will happen. All right, I'll go to Val on TikTok and then we'll have Abdurrahman. Let's keep to time, please. Val, please go on. Good evening.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Yes, please. First of all, I am an ethnic Ijaw person. And this is very interesting. I found this platform very exciting. You see, we have made fundamental errors in this country. When you take off history from your curriculum, this is where it lands us. For anyone to think that you can get your way by intimidation and by force is foolhardy. It's foolhardy. I am 63 and I saw the war, though as a very young person. As a 5-year-old, I saw it, and I lost my uncle till today as a result of that 1967 war. Look, anybody who thinks from whatever region that thinks that the same things that happened in 1967 can happen today, that you can scream and bully people for secession, and then you can annex other regions that do not want to go, is foolhardy. I can tell you that. It's foolhardy. That Ijaw nation, that the South will again sit down and let people be evacuated from their communities. We were evacuated from my village in the riverine area without even knowing, by force. It will never happen again. You see, those people who think that Nigeria is lawless, they are now coming up against the laws of the country. We have laws. We have laws. The same people who said no to the inclusion of clauses that will make it easy for everybody to go are today now screaming. The same person is from the same region that said no, we must all stay together. Today you want to fight because you think that it is no longer favorable to you. Look, getting one office or getting things for yourself in a situation, in a country like this, is negotiation. It's negotiation. The Niger Delta was bearing, or till tomorrow, even bears to a large extent, the burden of the economic burden of this nation. Yet it was by chance. It was by time and chance that Goodluck Jonathan became president of this country. It wasn't like it was given to us on a platter. It was not. Let people understand that. People need to understand that, and you must understand that you live with others, so you must negotiate. It's negotiations. It's not by bullying and crying wolf every day. It's not by thinking that you're better than everybody else. You're not. You're not. No particular tribe is better. No particular tribe. We've had people. We've had men. When Pawolowo was talking, nobody listened. In my village, for instance, in Bakana, that was where we first of all heard of AG. People followed Pawo on their own. In Bakana, I'm talking about River State, in Bakana. And yet today, look at what we are having today. People are creating tensions, letters. 2 years ago, I lost a very close friend of mine, a childhood friend, from the problems of ESN in the East. Today, study in DC, we've not found his corpse, we don't have closure, we cannot bury him. We don't know where, you don't know. The young man just got lost on his way from Asaba in Onisha. He was kidnapped along with others. Till today, we have not seen study DC's corpse to bury. In Port Harcourt, it's missing. In the east, in the southeast, the same southeast that people are talking about. If anybody from the southeast thinks that this is another 67, they have another thing coming. That they can annex the Niger Delta, they can annex the South because of seaports and all that. Look, they have another thing coming. Let them just fight and get that and get that. 7 will never repeat itself. So I think it will be better for everybody to stay together. But if you commit a crime, you must do the time. It's as simple as that. You don't go bullying people, you don't go threatening, you don't go issuing orders, and then you now come and say there's no law. Who says that there's no law? Who says that? You knew what you were getting into. Shebi, they said that they were going to sacrifice. Hey, it has come, the time for sacrifice has come now. Sacrifice peacefully now. Why are you making us? Why are you making trouble? First, you knew the consequences of what you were doing. You want to be a Messiah. Be that Messiah. Be that Messiah. You know, but sadly, people are not thinking. Everything in this country is ethnic. Everything in this country is done with bias. Nobody sees the truth and says it anymore. Even the old ones that you expect, people of 75, see the truth and say it. We no longer say today, so oh, it's because of a particular region. But well, of course, if it is the region, that's it now. You look for it. Is it only one region that is in this country? Why is every other person not clamoring to go or following the same, these unruly behaviors or unruly patterns or untenable methods, unconstitutional methods to get away? Everybody wants to go. If you think it will serve you better, then there are ways of doing these things. I have not heard any National Assembly member from that Southeast region who has come up.
Can you hear me,
to say that
Mr. Val?
Referendum. I've not heard. Don't they have representatives? Don't they have senators in the National Assembly? Isn't that where the constitution should be changed? Do you change the constitution to the streets of the country? Who does that?
All right.
Who does that?
Thank you very much for your submission. And it's thank you very much. Because we've gone over the time, but thank you very much for your submission. And it's oh, did it drop? Well, thank you. It's good to have your submission and to have that perspective. All right, we have the final speaker. The final guest speaker, I should say. That will be Abdul Rahman. By the way, Mr. Val said a lot of great stuff, and I hope that people learn from that. All right, let's go on to our brother Abdul Rahman. Good evening.
Thank you for another wonderful lecture. First of all, I really appreciate today's session, and then I agree with most of your submissions, if not all. And then before people start attacking me, please, they should direct their anger at you because you develop thick skin. I don't have it. First of all...
Wait, though. You said they should insult me instead of you because I can't take it.
Yeah, you develop thick skin. I don't have thick skin.
I thought you were my friend.
For those that are going to understand me, I said before people, because I know what I'm going to say. That's why I said, instead of directing their anger at me, they should direct it at you because you develop thick skin. I don't have that thick skin. Anyway, it's this is a joke, autism, whatever you call it. First of all, Prof, this day is one of the few days that I feel proud of being in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, kudos to the federal government of Nigeria. Kudos to the last regime that got him arrested and brought him back home to face trial. And kudos to the government of Ashwaju, open all the pressures from different quarters. Yet he stood his ground, and his government stood his ground. They treated the matter as it is, because it is a terrorism. I'm very happy we have a government that is ready to go to any length to show deterrence for the others. Like you rightly put it earlier, that after Namdi Mazi, others will come up as history shows. But at least government send them a clear message, which I think will serve as a deterrence to some extent. I'm very happy with what happened today. And then, Prof, I can't lie to you, it is scary when I had some of the reaction that you play. Honestly speaking, I don't even know that he was sentenced to life imprisonment until I come on your platform. And then some of the reactions that you played, it was really, really scary. This country were in trouble, because for someone to be in a country, you understand, and have this kind of mindset, their mind full of toxic hatred. In fact, I don't even know the appropriate word to use to describe them. I think we are in deep shit. By the way, Prof, your lecture prompted me to start thinking about something, even if it means to sponsor somebody or find someone of like mind to start replicating what you are doing in Southwest, down here in Northern Nigeria. Because to me, if there's any region in this country that is at the receiving end of misgovernance of this country, it's Northern Nigeria. I can say this without any fear of contradiction, because I have facts to establish. Like I said the other day, whatever you call them, at the helm of affairs of the Nigerian government, have become a curse to the Northern Nigeria. We are the one that we know what we are going through, Prof. So honestly speaking, I'm going
Sorry, please, at that point, Abdurrahman, please, are you Fulani or Hausa?
Mix. You cannot separate. I'm more of Fulani than Hausa.
Okay.
But why did you ask me this question?
Yeah, I know his time is up. I just want to have a conversation. I asked that question because of the structure of your society. And a lot of people are speaking up on what you just said right now. Most of them happen to be Hausa. And they do that because, of course, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I have two headsets. All right, so here's the point. They have this different stuff about. A lot of people are speaking up right now, but most of them are Hausa, and traditionally, we know, at least in a way, the society, the structure of authority in Hausa land for many years. That's why I asked if you were Fulani or Hausa, because most people that are speaking up on the matter I just raised right now happen to. I mean, I'm not saying no Fulani is saying it, or at least I know that the former emir, Lamda Sanusi, also speaks on things like this. But I know, generally speaking, I think most of the time you have more Hausa talking on these things. I mean, like in recent times. That's why I asked the question.
Okay. There are other things that you need to know.
Because you're speaking against the leadership. That's why I'm saying that.
Benefiting from you. Yes, I got you. The same way that I'm benefiting from your vast knowledge is the same way that I think I should discuss with you, even if it is a private, to let you know some things, because you are well-grounded in this thing you appealed, and then you have my respect because of your ability to come out of your cocoon to have a different version of story or history. You understand? You have my respect for that. And then
I don't have a different version. I'm reading to you. I'm reading what history is. But
whatever it is, at least there are different authors.
Yes.
And whatever they are going to write, they will write it based on their either opinion or understanding. So for you to go out of your cook, whenever you are tired of me, just stop me.
Okay, I'm not tired. I won't be tired, but I'm going to stop you at some point. I want to read this book.
Oh, okay, Shagari, Beacon to serve. Okay. Please, Prof, I want to suggest something to you. For you to have a firm grip or grasp, rather, of evil, I want you to go and read or search deeply about Ashkenazi Jew. Ashkenazi is one of the 12 tribe of Jewish. Please, if you are going to do your research, don't bring your Bible knowledge into it. Keep it aside. Go and find some documentary and find Talmud, the one that originated from Babylon, what English people call Babylon. If you read them already, please, I want to give you two tribes, the name of two tribes in Nigeria, which I believe they are part of that 12 Jewish tribe in Africa. Because out of the 12, 11 are still in Africa. Forget about all the propaganda of Western people out of insecurity that they have, because they don't have rich history. But what I believe, the remaining 11 of the Jewish tribe are in Africa. And in Africa, I believe two are in Nigeria. That is Igbo and Fulani. Go.
So you are partly Jewish now.
You said?
Say you are partly Jewish. Since Fulani is also the group you are talking about.
Okay, you are.
Don't worry, I get your point. No, you said Igbo.
No.
You said Igbo. No, you said Igbo and Fulani.
No,
you said Igbo and Fulani.
You see, maybe because yes, that is what I said, and I cannot.
But you are Hausa and Fulani.
You understand? Even if it is against me, I'm more
I get your point.
Rather than this thing. So the issue is, I'm telling you the truth.
Let's watch the No, I get your point. Let me just respond to your stuff. Let me just quickly respond. In fact, let me thank you for coming up so that we can move on. But what you said about Talmud, I will respond to it after you're going down, so I won't stay on this for too long. But thank you very much for bringing that up. it's a serious topic, to be honest. Very serious. But thank you. I'll just say a few things on it before we move on. Thank you very much. Finally, you came up today, so good to see you.
Like.
Thank you. All right. Wow. So you mentioned Ashkenazi. Have I read about them before? Of course. You mentioned Talmud. Not only have I read Talmud, I actually have Talmud. Talmud. Torah is what you have in the Bible. Talmud is a different stuff. Whether they are the ones in Africa. You see, in the 19th century, there was a movement in Britain, right? They talked about British Commonwealth. Sorry, Jewish Commonwealth. British Israelism. British Israelism. And when I met a couple of people, Igbo first, and then Yoruba. Igbos have been saying they're Jews for a while. Although by the time they did DNA test, it's called that they are not connected at all. Right? We have reports of the DNA test. They are not connected at all. Then I found some Yoruba people recently saying they are also Jewish. So I said to them, I say, how did that happen? And then they start saying, if you add this to this, if you add that to that. The truth of the matter is, as a Yoruba person, I don't think we shouldn't be thinking that direction, because you may actually be older, right, than the Jewish nation. If you say that the Igbos are Jews and the Fulanis are also Jews, now you talk. I just know that when they did DNA test, they said that the Igbos were not Jews. And whether they are or they are not, Igbos and Fulanis, whatever they want to do, they should contain it within their space. Like I said, they do have a right to self-determination, especially the Igbos. They do have that right. Break it down, two things. Number one, that the nation they want is Igbo nation, not any other person's space. Right? All this two-rapper nonsense that they're carrying all over the place is just ignorant. So they stay with their own space. Number two, they push for secession clause to be included in the Nigerian constitution. That's what they have to do. And who knows, they might get what they want in no time. Today I decided to call today's session Matters Arising. It looks like, Ibo Jinadu says Matters Arising is nice. So maybe we're going to be having many more Matters Arising. Abdurrahman, Abdurrahman, so I think this is what I will say. Do they have that mindset of the Ashkenazi? Maybe that's what you're trying to say. The jury's out on that. People say they're like the Jews. If you like, it's okay. As long as you're not doing what I don't like in my space. If they call themselves Jews, it's okay. If they call themselves Egyptians. I played a video last week now. They are from Europe. They are from Egypt. They are from Israel. They are from Europa. They are Amerigonka. They are Ife. They are all over the place. Wherever they want to claim is fine. I respect their choice to do that. As long as they're not disturbing me, everybody will be fine. But thank you very much for bringing that up. But I just wanted to say that, especially to Yoruba people, that I know it's a lot of people are also speaking on that thing right now. In Britain, it was a major stuff. British Israelism was also shared by America in the 19th, 20th century. I have some of the materials I used to read years ago. So I have an idea. So when I started hearing it in Nigeria, I was like, wait. We went from British Israelism and then American expressionism and Israelism all the way to what they now had in Hebrew Israelites, the Black Americans. Then they created something different from that one. Then now some Nigerians are saying they are as well. It is well. It is well. Someone says they have collective when it comes to the ethnogenesis, they have collective schizophrenia. Wow. Did I read that out loud? I think I did. Let's read a few things before we go today. So today we've spent more time on Matters Arising than on the topic, but I think we can actually go now, to be honest. Or maybe we should just leave the topic. Should we read some things from the book? Or we should just call it a day? Clear? Isaac. Why are you talking a fortnight? It says Fulani might have some Jewish ancestry through the Tuaregs because the Tuareg descended from a Jewish tribe, but Yoruba are Bombele black Africans. Then someone says, with Kanu in prison in Sokoto, many IPOB members will develop interest in cattle ranching. Why? Why are people like this now? Why? I'm reading YouTube comments. It's been I say YouTube just open. With Kanu in prison in Sokoto, many IPOB members will develop interest in cattle ranching. They might even put the herdsmen out of business. What I'm saying right now, I don't think it's what it is. It looks like they should move Kanu to Futajalo. Is it Fuka or Futajalo I'm seeing here? It is well. It is well. All of you in the comment section. Some of you will not come up to speak, but you are writing fire in the comment section. Well done. Well done. Mogbedi for you. All right. We're supposed to end at 8 o'clock, to be fair. But since I put title on YouTube, on TikTok, I wrote Matters Arising. I don't know how I didn't remember to write Matters Arising on YouTube and Facebook and the other platforms. So since I wrote the topic there, I'm just going to read a bit of this. And to be honest, I'd like to just finish this chapter today so that we don't have to come back to this next week. Okay? Next week we start something fresh. I'm thinking evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. And I assure you, you're going to hear some things you've not heard before. I know you have not heard some of those things before, and it's not because I know more than anybody. It's just because, like I say, there's some information that are just hidden in books. But we thank God for His grace and for great teachers. So some of those things I've learned before, we'll learn together. Some of those things I've not learned before, we'll learn together. Okay? But you would love that series. That will start on Monday. Let's finish this one today, so we'll start afresh on Monday. Okay? All right. So we've been discussing how Nigeria's First Republic ended. This is part 10. Part 10. We've read so many books. So many books. Our major text has been Shehu Shagari beckoned to serve. Obankwa. Yeah, you can send them on Telegram as Busui Oris. Thank you, moderator. Someone says Yoruba are original Israelites, both from prophetically and historically view. Israel. When was the Israel identity formed? That's a good question to ask yourself. When? Sorry, we're going to topic in a bit too. When was it formed? When was Moses born? Moses was born around 1650 BC. Right? 1650 BC. That was when Moses was born. At that time, there was no Israel identity when Moses was born. How do I know? If you remember, and I'm speaking to folks in the, talking about the Israel thing. If you remember, up until the children of Israel left Egypt, they were never called Israelites. They were called Hebrews. The first person to be called Hebrew was Abraham, and it was because of his grandfather. His grandfather's name was Eber. His father's name was Terah. And then his name is, of course, was Abraham. So it was called Abraham the Hebrew after his grandfather. There was no nation there was no Hebrew nation, okay? There was no Israel nation. There was no nation like that. There was no Jewish nation. By the way, Jew even came much later. When you read Isaiah, you will see the differentiation between Israel and Jew. So when you say Jewish and then you say Israel and you're using it interchangeably, that's not exactly how the Bible uses those words, right? So you had Hebrews. That was before the nation was formed. Okay, so Abraham was a Hebrew. Of course, you can say Isaac was that and all of that. Israel goes to Egypt, was there for years, and then you had Moses. At the time of Moses, and it was 1650, around that time. I mean, give or take, maybe 20, 30 years, born in Egypt, takes the people out of Egypt, and then they move to the Promised Land, eventually creating a nation. They call it Israel. All of this is less than 2000 BC. Okay? The Yoruba identity was formed more than 2,500 years ago. This is 2,500. No, more than 2,500. Before 2,500 BC. Not 2,500 years ago. Around 2,500 BC. If you read the book, there's a book called Yoruba, The New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. He's an archaeologist, brilliant scholar. Sat under his lecture a number of times. Brilliant. He said that by 300 BC, the group, or the first iteration of group that became Yoruba, had been existing for 2,500 years. That takes it back to 2,800 BC. Oh boy, I'm changing to this topic. That's about 2,800 or 3,000 BC. Not 3,000 years ago. If you say 3,000 BC, you're literally saying about 5,000 years ago. And if archaeology and science are anything to go by, and we know that the Proto-Yoruboid people existed and even started forming their own language about 3,000 BC, how on earth is it that a nation that was formed about 1,000 or 1,500 years after they had become an entity in what we now know as Nigeria, how are they now a subset of that nation that came much after them? I promise we're going to have a session to discuss this. But you see, if you really, and people should stop this thing when they say there's historical kiniko and kiniko. You must have studied different things to say some of these things. And the truth of the matter is that there are things that we may not know, but that's not because the information doesn't exist. We have to search. The truth is, this thing of attaching ourselves to Israel, to be honest, as you're a Yoruba person, it's infradig. It's not cool. What book talks about this history? I mentioned it already. I mentioned the book now. Yoruba, The New History. How can you get the book? Redomi Books. The book is on Redomi Books. Yoruba, The New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. And I said he is a lecturer in the US. He's a professor, but he's also an archaeologist. Did fantastic work in Oyo. You know, and that's not the only book, by the way. There's another book, Yoruba in Pre-Colonial Nigeria, by, I think it was in honor of Toyin Falola. Right? And Akinwumi Ogundiran also wrote in that particular journal. One day, I think we should have a session on this origin of Yoruba people thing. When you study it, the idea of Israel begins to make you look like you are demeaning yourself. Right? And again, that's not to say that, you know, there's no evidence that we're anything connected to Israel. I'm a Christian, by the way. I'm a Christian. I'm proud to be a Christian, unapologetically a Christian. But there's no reason. As a matter of fact, as a Christian, there's no reason for you to be Israel. That was essentially what Paul was saying in Galatians when he was talking about the fact that, you know, that when God was talking to the seed, he was talking about the seed, and not to one, not seeds as to many. I was talking about Jesus, not to the children of Abraham through Isaac. I mean, we'll have some conversations on this when the time comes. But I'm glad I'm a Christian, but I'm happy to be Yoruba. And if I see evidence about Kini, maybe I would have believed it. But I started hearing about Kiniko and Israelism. Let me see, what was that? I think it was 2005 or 6. No, it's 5. 2004, 4 or 5. I still have those papers inside. Maybe because I've been keeping some things. I think I have some. Not some. I have all those materials from 2004 or 5. So if if we ever get to discuss that thing, I'm going to bring them out and read to you what different countries have said about the idea of Israelism and how we have to be very careful not to miss it. You can be Yoruba and do any religion. That's the Yoruba spirit. But you don't have to change your identity because of a religion. And there's no reason for it, to be honest, because Tiwagon Towa, Otowa. It is what we'll talk about that later. Let's read this thing. This is 8:18. How many minutes? Let's see how we'll come. We have to finish this in today. All right. So we've been talking about how Nigeria's First Republic ended. Part 10 is today. Today is part 10. We've been talking about this topic. All right. Calm down. So we've talked about the coup, the counter coup, and how Gowon became president, or head of state rather. And then we talked about the issue between Gowon and Ojukwu, and how eventually, of course, we talked about the crisis in the north, how Igbos, Easterners, but particularly Igbos, were killed, and it's sad, unfortunate. But we've also talked about how Hausas and Northerners were killed in the east, in cities like Port Harcourt and Onitsha. And 1 second, please. Sorry about that. So in cities like Port Harcourt, Umaya, Onitsha, Obolafo, I think in parts of Owerri as well, a lot of Northerners were also killed. We read about that here as well. And if you want to hear more, if you want to understand more about that, please check out the video, What Happened to the Northerners in the East, is one of the videos on Busiori's YouTube channel. So let's read a few more things here before we go. So we talked about Decree number 8 that was promulgated on March 17, 1967. And contrary to what Ojukwu told his people, and sadly many people in the East still believe today, which is also one of the reasons you have Nnamdi Kanu. One of the rhetoric that Nnamdi Kanu was parroting all over the place was the fact that Nigeria refused Aburi Accord. That's a lie. Ojukwu said it, but it's a lie. Nigeria did not, Gowon did not reject Aburi Accord. If you want to really understand this thing, please get the book, The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan. He broke it down. Nigeria went over and beyond. Gowon went over and beyond, right, to try to do something, to essentially placate Ojukwu. And in case you're not here, just very quickly, N.U. Akpan was the secretary of the Eastern Region government. He said that the decree was 95% of Aburi Accord. And he wrote the book I mentioned earlier, The Struggle for Secession. Another book called The Tragedy Without Heroes, A Tragedy Without Heroes, written by Hilary M. Njoku. He claimed that the private secretary to Ojukwu, who happens to be a lawyer, his name is Don Egwe, was his private secretary, had said that the Decree number 8 was 98% of what they wanted at Aburi, and that the remaining 2% was just military jargons that was unnecessary anyway, but that they got 98%. But what's the 2% that they didn't get? Well, you will see that in the Struggle for Secession, by the way, but it's also here. So let me read a bit of it here. Ojukwu declined to attend the meeting in Benin, claiming that Benin was unsafe because of the northern soldiers in the west. Oddly enough, he visited the same city 2 days later to confer with Governor Ejo. Anyhow, the Aburi settlement was translated into Decree number 8 of March 17, 1967. This met most of Eastern Region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC to proclaim a state of emergency anywhere in the country whenever necessary, and provided the majority of the 4 regional governors concur. What does this mean? When they talk about the SMC, like I said the other day, one of the reasons I respect Gowon was that the things that he agreed to do, especially in March of 67, were things that you would not expect a dictator or a military head of state to agree to. For instance, they're saying here that they're going to be able to declare a state of emergency in any region across Nigeria. Now, as a military dictator, you should be able to do that just, you are the Oga, it's military now, nobody has to vote for anything. However, the clause they have here is that the SMC, that's the Supreme Military Council, can actually go ahead and declare state of emergency anywhere in Nigeria. But guess what? It will still depend on having the majority of the governors of the regions in Nigeria. What does that mean? Nigeria at the time had 4 regions. You had the West, the North, the West, the North, the East, and the Midwest. This met most of Eastern region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC rather than the Supreme Commander. By the way, they stopped, they changed Gowon's title from Supreme Commander to Commander-in-Chief. Ironsi was Supreme Commander. He was Ogapapata. But Gowon was essentially like the chairman of the committee of the Supreme Military Council, because he couldn't really make decisions without consulting these people, including, for instance, appointments, ambassadors, appointing ambassadors and things like that. Excuse me, this is distracting me. He will still need to confer with the SMC. And that's why I said Nigerians need to appreciate Gowon a bit more. So it says here, this met most of Eastern region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC to proclaim a state of emergency anywhere in the country whenever necessary, and provided the majority of the 4 regional governors concur. Surprisingly, Ojukwu rebuffed the decree, presumably because the above clause posed a threat to Eastern secessionist intention. There followed an escalation of pro-secessionist demonstrations, whipping the Eastern public into a state of frenzy. So this went on and on and on. And then on March 31, Ojukwu threw down his biggest gauntlet yet. He passed an edict authorizing the payment into the Eastern Exchequer of all federal revenues in the region as from April 1, 1967. 3 others dealing with the autonomy of legal education, the Court of Appeal, and the Produce Marketing Board were also promulgated over 3 consecutive days, beginning on April 17. Called Survival Edict, they signaled the East's first clearest resolve to secede, although Ojukwu continued to deny this, insisting that the region would only do so if attacked. This was in March. Someone's been asking the book I'm reading. The book is called Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Ojukwu went further to sequestrate a number of federal agencies like the electricity, coal, railway, and broadcasting corporations, as well as all federal revenues collected in the East. So everything was supposed to go federal government. Now the Eastern region go to collect them. And in talk say he never break Nigeria, or say he never even secede. Say he just rearrange things for his own region. So the federal government responded by tightening control over the purchase of foreign exchange, and on April 4, suspended all Nigeria Airways flights to the East. In return, the East confiscated a Nigerian Airways DC-3 aircraft in Port Harcourt. They hijacked, if I really want to read this thing, the best book to read. If I really want, there's a book I need to read. Give me a second. That one is more, this might just touched on things here and there. But I hope what I'm about to do right now would not stop us from finishing this chapter today. Give me a second. I'm going to read from, is it a PDF format? No. Mumbo. I'm going to read from Anthony and okay. Looking for the place where Ojukwu stole granite. And I read it the other day. Marine Mumbo. See, God is good. I found it. All right, let's go back just a bit. I'm going to start from war concession after concession. Okay, good. So I'm reading from a book called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2. This is Anthony Nauro. He says here, while concession after concession was being made to Ojukwu, what was Ojukwu's attitude towards the federal military government? Number 1, on 11 September 1966, an agent of Ojukwu who was an Igbo explosives expert in the employ of the Federal Coal Corporation at Enugu, one Edmund Agu. On 11 September 1966, an agent of Ojukwu who was an Igbo explosives expert in the employ of the Federal Coal Corporation at Enugu, one Edmund Agu, blew up part of the £1 million Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos. Excuse me. So it blew up part of the £1 million Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos and the Ore Bridge on the Jebu Benin Road. Edmond Agu, not satisfied with the wreckage he had caused thus far, was assembling other explosives in a house in a residential suburb of Lagos when he blew himself into pieces. Praise the Lord. Number 2. Many Igbos were caught trying to plant explosives at certain public places in the former northern region. These places included the bridge linking Kaduna North with Kaduna South, the Amdala Hotel in Kaduna, the Kaduna Stadium, the main post office at Jos, and the waterworks in Kano. Other acts of sabotage were perpetrated by Igbo engineers at the post office and the Electricity Corporation of Nigeria in the north. Let me jump to the part where I talked about the airport that man mentioned here. On 5th April 1967, a Nigerian Airways DC-3 aircraft, which left Lagos Airport earlier in the day, was seized at Port Harcourt on Ojuku's instruction. On 13th April 1967, a Nigerian Airways F-27 aircraft, which took off from Benin, capital of the Midwest State, and was flying to Lagos with 26 passengers, was hijacked by Igbo gunmen and diverted to Enugu. When was this? April 1967, 3 months after Aburi. 3 months after Aburi. They diverted that to Enugu. The aircraft was seized by Ojuku in Enugu and the passengers sent off by road. Ojuku's agents attempted to hijack another Nigerian Airways aircraft flying to Lagos from Ghana. Their plans leaked and the attempt was foiled by security men at Accra Airport. On 23rd May 1967, Ojuku rejected the proposal of the National Conciliation Committee for a negotiated settlement of the Nigerian crisis. On 30th May 1967, Ojuku declared the legal secession of the former Eastern region from the Federation of Nigeria. There's a lot to read from here, but I'm going to stop and go back to that book. So all of that happened. Then, of course, May 6 was when Awolowo led a 4-man National Conciliation Committee of eminent Nigerians to Enugu. I said if you want to understand what happened in that meeting, you have to get a book called Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. That book is available on Redomi Books. You'll find the transcript. All the conversations they had is inside that book. So please get it. All right. So they had the meeting with him to persuade him, but then he told them that he said, we possess the biggest. Read that book and you read what, please, if you're asking me the names of the book, please don't ask for now, please. You guys are distracting me, please. When you read this, when you read the transcript and you hear how Ojuku spoke, perhaps Nnamdi kind of listen to him a lot, over and over again, because all the bombastic things that they say is just is a lie. We are bigger than any army in Black Africa. If the war started on July 6, 1967. By July 10, 1967, Ojuku was crying. But let's read a few more things. But he had the biggest army in Black Africa, but he was crying 4 days after the war started. Anyway, may God help him. So he says, regrettably, okay, so yeah. Sorry about that. Gowon once again tried to convene an SMC meeting, offering a choice of mutual venues, including possible use of British Navy aircraft carrier or frigate. But Ojuku spurned this, as did Governor Adebayo. Yet on 20 May, Gowon, in deference to the advice of Awolowo's committee, ordered determination of sanctions applied against the East, effective from May 23. It was also announced on May 22 that soldiers of non-Western Nigerian origin were to be moved out of the West in a matter of days. Regrettably, Gowon's concessions... Write the name of the book and pin it up, please. No. Oh, Mama, I'll be looking at it. I'll be distracting me. I'll say it from time to time, don't worry. Regrettably, Gowon's concessions were seen by Ojuku as a sign of weakness and greeted with continued defiance. Anticipating Gowon's move to create states, Ojuku summoned a meeting of Eastern chiefs, elders, and the Consultative Assembly on Friday, May 26. The next day, he received a secessionist mandate. 4 hours later, at 9:15 p.m., Gowon made a national broadcast. He declared a state of emergency, repealed Decree No. 8, and replaced the 4 regions with 12 states, shared equally between North and South, among other measures. The West and the Midwest merely changed nomenclature, save that a portion of the West, together with Lagos, became a state. The North and the East were split into 6 and 3 states respectively. It was a testimony of Gowon's spirit of accommodation that they made Ojukwu the governor of the new East Central State. Northern and Eastern ethnic minorities thus acquired states of their own. It was a dream fulfilled, and years of struggles, Gowon's standing was enhanced, as was his government. Ojukwu's East was weakened and isolated from over 90% of the annual oil output it expected would finance its rapid economic advance as an independent entity. From 1960, they've always done it banking on the oil in Oloibiri, in Rivers State, banking on the agricultural produce in Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. And so when those places were cut out and they just allowed the Igbos to remain in the East Central State, they were able to deny him of all the money that he was looking at using to prosecute whatever country was trying to build. And interestingly, even before Nigerian troops got into those places, it was not treating the people right. It was beating them and killing them anyhow. And if you were not here when we read it, we'll talk about it again. Now that I'm taking a break, a very quick one. If you're asking the book I'm reading Back On To Serve by Shehu Shagari. Give me a second to switch to the audio source and then I can resume reading. 1 second, please. Thank you for asking me to drink water. Thank you, Sholakbe. So let us take advice of our mothers in the comment section. All right. Just after midnight on Tuesday, 30th May, Ojukwu formally proclaimed the former Eastern region a sovereign state named the Republic of Biafra. The Igbo were thrown into ecstasy, some of which seemed... Thank you for the gift, the extreme. The Igbo were thrown into ecstasy, some of which seemed orchestrated. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, promoted to the rank of Major General on June 1, while Colonel Adebayo and Lieutenant Colonel Ejo to Brigadier, declared the secession illegal and vowed to crush it. On June 3, Gowon asked Chief Awolowo to become Vice Chairman of his Federal Executive Council, and then also made him Commissioner. It was actually June 12, but it's okay, just a few days apart. And then also made him Commissioner for Finance in the new 15-man cabinet positions, from which Awolowo was to make important contributions. I'm rushing because we've read all this before. Also included in the cabinet were 11 other prominent civilians drawn from inside and outside. Monguno, Aminu Kano, J.S. Tarka, Dr. Okoye Arikpo, Olufemi Okunu, and Anthony Naoro. Each came from one of the new 12 states and several from ethnic minorities. Gowon also moved rapidly to reimpose and strengthen economic sanctions against Ojukwu's breakaway regime, which in turn ordered oil companies operating in eastern Nigeria to pay all oil royalties into its treasury. Throughout June, threats and acts of terrorist violence, bomb outrages, arson, intimidation, pillage, detentions, and murders were perpetrated by secessionist elements against individuals, communities, and official properties across the country, especially in areas fringing Igbo land. In a Parthian shot, Ojukwu declared total war against Nigerians outside the secessionist enclave on Friday, June 30. Next day, he was dismissed from the Nigerian army and stripped of his rank of lieutenant colonel. In the early hours of Thursday, July 6, 1967, the battle was finally joined. Federal Nigerian soldiers on the border between Benue Plateau and East Central States fired the first formal shots in a police action, launched to crush the rebellion and capture the rebel leadership. We read a number of books. This is the only one I've seen that they mentioned that it's Nigeria fired the first shot. Others have said they don't know who fired the first shot. But if it was Nigeria, who was there? Because they've allowed these people for about 2 months, right? No, more than 2 months. From May 30 to July 6. Yeah, so that's about 5-6 weeks, thereabout. About 5 weeks. Okay. Thus began a ruinous, horrific, and costly war. Let me go back just a bit. Police action launched to crush the rebellion and capture the rebel leadership. Thus began a ruinous, horrific, and costly war that was to claim thousands of lives over 30 months. Each side, it must be said, fought with exceptional courage, determination, and absolute faith in the justice of its own cause, which, however, neither excuses its tragic consequences nor celebrates its positive lessons. Hell. YouTube, thank you very much for being there. I really celebrate you guys. Somebody just went on YouTube right now. Go search for original Torah books, original ancient Torah books, and you're going to find that it was actually a Yoruba language. It is well. Living through these hectic days, it was not easy, even from the splendid remoteness of Sokoto. That's where Kano is going. No, that's good. They will give him warm reception. So this is called Working for a New Nigeria. Living through those hectic days, it was not easy, even from the splendid remoteness of Sokoto, from the key political theaters, to stay aloof from national currents. Like every other patriotic citizen, I contributed my little quota to the war effort. As a councillor in the Sokoto Native Authority, renamed Local Authority in 1969, I helped mobilize our young men into the armed forces and encouraged our farmers to produce more food and cash crops to feed our soldiers and to help finance the war. The increase in agricultural output was tremendous, but transportation of cash crops to seaports down south presented some problems. Still, it had to be done. For crude oil production, which had just become an important foreign exchange earner, had for some time been severely curtailed by the war. We in the Sokoto Native Authority initiated a Win the War Fund appeal, from which the sum of £100,000 was raised and passed on to the federal government. The project was also aimed at stimulating wide public moral support for our soldiers at the war front. Sokoto made the largest contribution among all the local authorities in federal Nigeria. Throughout the war, I continued to serve on the semi-official Northern Consultative Committee. Its function of political advice on issues of regional interest was now availed. By the way, that thing he said about the largest contribution, I cannot confirm or deny it, but he said it. Throughout the war, I continued to serve on the semi-official Northern Consultative Committee. Its function of political advice on issues of regional interest was now availed to both the Interim Common Services Agency and the federal government. Jointly directed by the military governors of the successor states to the northern region, ICSA was created specifically to superintend the institutional interest. Let me just jump to the things that I really want to talk about. Boy, this thing is long. Some of these things are like things that we may not need in our conversation today. While federal Nigeria was winning the war on the battlefield, it was heavily losing the battle for the hearts and minds of the international community, especially in Europe and America. The Biafran regime had organized a powerful propaganda machine and penetrated the international system thanks to large... I'll take that again. The Biafran regime had organized a powerful propaganda machine and penetrated the international system, thanks largely to Western public relations agencies and the diplomatic activity of prominent Igbo civilians. I want you to think about this thing again. This is exactly what happened last month. This month, October, November, last month and this month. I'll read again. The Biafra regime, read IPOB, had organized a powerful propaganda machine and penetrated the international system, read the US, read Congress, thanks largely to Western public relations, read the lobby groups that we mentioned last week, and Mike Arnold, and the diplomatic activity of prominent Igbo civilians, read Avid. History has a funny way of repeating itself, or being repeated. They propagated a dubious imagery. Listen to this, so please pay attention. We have gotten to where I'm going today. They propagated a dubious imagery of a persecuted people, of a war between Christianity and Islam. When was this? 1967. What are you hearing right now? Forget not about the Midwest and the Middle Belt, though. That one is a real issue. How can Igbos be talking about Christian versus Muslim in championing their cause in the United States? There's a precedent, and this is a. That's what I said. What Ajinojuk has already done before. They propagated a dubious imagery of a persecuted people. By the way, this lady, what was her name? Chimamanda also repeated this same line in an interview with someone in the US. That was Muslim versus Christian. I was like, how? The person where they lead the country, where they fight you, no be Christian in be. Yakubu Gowon was a Christian. He's a Christian. So how did it become Islam versus Christian? Islam versus Christianity. I'm not saying people are not fighting for religion, no, but the point is that this rhetoric of, oh, it's because I'm a Christian, is what has been used. And I'm not saying no, there are no people want to Islamize Nigeria. I'm sure they exist. But the point is that don't be carried away by these things, because this is propaganda. And as it happened then, so it's happening now. They propagated a dubious imagery of a persecuted people, of a war between Christianity and Islam, of deliberate starvation and genocide, and invoked the principle of self-determination. The response was amazing, bringing in huge moral and material support, but few diplomatic recognition. Gabon, Ivory Coast, now Cote d'Ivoire, Tanzania, Zambia, and the tiny Caribbean island of Haiti. Nigeria was forced to purchase weapons from the Soviet Union after its so-called Western friends initially deterred or refused to oblige. In war, as in politics, the justice of one's cause is neither a sufficient nor necessary qualification for sympathy or support. Belatedly, the federal government decided to launch an international public relations effort to counter the rebel propaganda offensive. One of the strategies was also to deploy a number of former politicians and other prominent federal Nigerians to use whatever contacts and influence they had abroad to explain and solicit support for the federal cause. Accordingly, a number of us were invited to Lagos in May 1968. The Federal Commissioner for Information and Labor, Chief Anthony Nauro, then briefed us and requested that we work discreetly through our private individual contacts in the various countries assigned to each of us. Nigeria's commitment to national unity and its territorial integrity were to be stressed. Equally, we were to assure our audiences of Nigeria's commitment to post-war reconciliation and of its resolve to establish a climate of freedom, liberty, and equality in a new Nigeria. We subsequently left for various places in Africa, Europe, and the United States. I was assigned to 3 European countries, France, Italy, and Switzerland. It was an interesting and worthwhile assignment, but a rather delicate one, as I had no official status. If I had any claim at all, it was as a former government minister in the political wilderness. I started my tour with Paris in early May 1968. Some very influential Parisian friends made the necessary contacts with selected personalities and groups throughout France. This ranged from senior company executives, bankers, politicians, and journalists to businessmen with actual or potential interest in federal Nigeria or in the secessionist enclave. Our discussions were frank, insightful, and I suppose mutually rewarding. In the process, I gathered some useful information about the activities of Biafran agents in Europe. They were particularly active in Paris at the time, with a quasi-diplomatic outpost called Biafran Cultural Center. It's the same thing happening in the US, same thing happening in Finland. After some days in Paris, I had to leave earlier than scheduled because of a paralyzing wave of strikes in the city. The Paris 1968 hot summer. I managed to catch a plane to Geneva, where I also found that the Biafran faithful and their sponsors were very much around and active. It was from here that Biafra's extreme inventive external propaganda was diffused. I was greatly assisted by some friends who knew the Biafran activists as well as their movements very well. The information they supplied me was immediately sent home through the Nigerian UN mission in Geneva. My discussions with various individuals and groups, including the media, were really gratifying. I was particularly struck by a conversation I had with a Greek professor attached to an international agency in Geneva. He told me his opinion of why West Europeans were supporting the rebellion against Nigeria. It was, he said, common among Westerners to sympathize with the underdog in any dispute, which in this case happened to be the Eastern Igbo. But what was even more important to the West was that Nigeria was a potential rival power in Africa, a force which had to be checked before it becomes a threat to Western European interests on the continent. The Biafran challenge accordingly provided a suitable opportunity to trim Nigeria's growing wings, quote-unquote. He said that according to certain estimates, Nigeria was, quote-unquote, sitting on a keg of oil, which given a stable condition would make it so rich in just 10 years, that is by 1978, that Nigeria would not require any aid from Europe. Indeed, Nigeria will be in a position to assist other African countries, especially the poorer ones, and thus undermine an important basis on which European influence was exercised over them. He did not therefore think that Europe would stand idly by and watch Nigeria become to Africa what the United States had become to Western Europe. The rebel enclave, on the other hand, could be encouraged to become a rich but small and manageable African country, which will still be dependent on the West, just as some small oil-rich Arab countries have been. Finally, he assured me that whatever happened in the future, the West would never allow Nigeria to develop to a position where its wealth and power will threaten West European interests in Africa. Perhaps this rather frank assessment was no more than a conspiracy theory, but if it was, it sounds an eminently, sorry about that. It's the app. For some reason, I don't know why it goes off from time to time. Anyway, so this part of the book talks about external interest. And I've always said that you can't wish away imperialistic tendencies of certain countries in Europe and America. So he's saying that a professor told him all this in Geneva, in Switzerland. So it's important that, you know, we also understand that. But here's the issue I have. Whenever we get to this point, interestingly, the first time I heard this portion being read was during Oputa panel. And I think that sometimes people use this page to exonerate what Ojukwu was letting people do. That was, oh, it's because the Europeans don't want us to break. But Yorubas have a saying, okay? And it's important that we acknowledge that this is real, but does not change the fact that in other words, what you're seeing from outside does not change the fact that within there's certain people responsible for whatever issues you're having within. All right, so that's why I think it's important to acknowledge both sides. From Switzerland, I proceeded to Italy. Support for the Igbo cause had been especially strong among Roman Catholics, who erroneously believed that the Igbo were predominantly Catholics as well. In fact, the 1963 census reported only 13% of the eastern population as Catholics, although Catholicism was strongest here than elsewhere in Nigeria. Pope Paul VI himself had cast diplomatic propriety aside to endorse publicly the Biafran rebellion and was the first world leader to dispatch an official delegation to the rebel enclave. By far the most Biafran relief organizations were the Vatican's relief outfit, Caritas Internationalis, and related relief agencies. Do you know why? Do you know why the Catholic Church really supported these guys? I think it's in the Nigerian Civil War, and also, yeah, it's in the Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. Ojukwu had promised the bishop that they were going to make Biafra a Catholic country. That once they get this country, it's going to be a Catholic country. And then they spread the news that they were predominantly Catholic region. So they used that to get the Vatican to support. And that's why some of the issues that came up later in terms of humanitarian and stuff were because of Caritas, what Caritas did in the Eastern region, which included the supply of weapons. And you can find that in the report. There are 2 reports. There's one by ICRC, that's Red Cross, and then there's one by Oxfam. I'm trying not to open those things. They are somewhere here. I don't want to get into all of that. But the point is that they had sold the lie that, there are more Catholics, right, in the Eastern region, and also that once they get Biafra, it's going to be a Catholic nation. Therefore, they're able to get the buy-in of the Catholic Church. And the source is The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. Thank you for writing the title in the comment section, and I hope the person got it. Yeah, it's almost 9 p.m. We're going to close very soon. We're almost done. Just one page. One more page. It says, my reception at the Vatican was polite and correct, but elsewhere in Rome and especially in Milan, I had fruitful discussions with businessmen, some of whom had considerable interest in Nigeria. The luncheon I had with the Italian media in Rome was rather interesting. On the day, news had arrived that the strategic oil town of Port Harcourt had fallen to federal forces on 19th May 1968. But when I announced this at the luncheon, one journalist flatly contradicted me. He produced an official listen to this. This is actually it's like dramatic. So let me read it again. The luncheon I had with the Italian media in Rome was rather interesting. On the day, news had arrived that the strategic oil town of Port Harcourt had fallen to federal forces on 19th May 1968. But when I announced this at the luncheon, one journalist flatly contradicted me. He produced an official Biafran telex message purportedly sent from Enugu on the day of the luncheon, claiming that Biafran troops had repulsed the federal attack on Port Harcourt and sunk 3 foreign warships. I quickly reminded him that the source of his information was suspect, for Enugu had been in federal hands for 1 year. Such was the inventiveness of Biafran propaganda that it kept the international community misinformed for a fairly long time until the realities could no longer be disguised. And no sooner than the propaganda was exposed as a mirage, the substantial aid from Biafra's covert supporters inevitably dried up. So what do you see here? This is similar to what we read in the book by Nelson Otta. The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. In that book, I think I talked about it earlier, they had lost Nsukka. The Nigerian forces were coming into Enugu, and the folks in Biafra radio were telling the people that they were regaining Nsukka. And the Biafran forces were literally on the other side of the studio. Sorry, the Nigerian forces were literally just by the studio. They had to shell that studio so that the news reporters, the liars, could run out. While the Nigerian forces were gaining ground and moving towards Enugu, the people were hearing the sound. I think I should read that part today because I mentioned it earlier, but it's okay to read it now. I want to just see the pattern of propaganda. That's why when people in the southeast speak, right, for the most part, maybe they don't even know, right? But generally speaking, na lie fulam. Na so lie. Where is that book? I'll find that book and I'll read something to you. It's actually quite interesting. It's similar, right? But this one was amongst the people. The book is called, excuse me. The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. Interestingly, he's also Igbo, so nobody knows fight. Just one of those people that decided not to think like every other person. Okay, found it. It says Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis when the troops of the 2nd Division of the Federal Nigerian Army recaptured Benin from the secessionist troops on 20th September 1967. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had, even before the fall of the ancient city, removed his headquarters to Agbo. Things were no better for Ojukwu on the Nsukka front. It was in the same month of September that Major T.Y. Danjuma had issued to his troops an order of battle that read, quote, mission to capture Enugu by 1800 hours on D7, end of quote. When the 1800 hours struck, Major Danjuma and his troops started to advance rapidly towards Enugu. This was in the morning of 12th September 1967. Major Danjuma's advance brought him and his troops to such towns between Nsukka and Enugu as Akwebe, in which a young Nigerian intellectual, Major Christopher Okigbo, was killed after his battalion headquarters had been outflanked. Ikolo, Ogbede, Umulungbe, and Okpatu. And this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okpi. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, lumped over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting studio and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously, although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities. Men and women in the streets were still telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger, that the artillery shells, which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency, were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. You had a group of liars positioned in Enugu radio station, read Radio Biafra, just like what Nnamdi Kanu has done to this one that's insulting me. Why are you guys like this? Don't you have parents that raised you? Are you born through? Anything. Let's just finish this thing. Anyway, the point here is this. Even at the point of death, the people could have died. Right? His TikTok just misbehaving. Oh, sorry about that. We're almost done. So I was saying here, Valentine was insulting me. This is what happened to your grandfather, by the way. Your grandfather was playing in the streets of Enugu, but people in Radio Biafra were lying to your grandfather and your grandmother, and that's why you're insulting me in the comment section. So what really happened was this. See your dad. Your dad was wearing pants. He was playing in the streets. People were shelling Enugu. They were coming close. Everybody was now... normal, sensible people would be wondering why that was happening, right? Like, who was bombing this place? Who is trying to destroy this place? But your grandfather and your parents thought that was actually Biafran scientists testing out their new inventions, right? Why? Because they were lied to. So I commiserate with you and your parents because literally you were taught nonsense. What happened in this particular case was that they had to, I don't know if you two people heard me when I was reading it, but it went off the other time. Let me just read a part of it and then we'll move on. It says here that the game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie telling of the, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This is showing activity, Joe. Am I cool? I have to pause. 1 second, please, everybody. I have to do something here. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you. We're almost done. So it says here that they had lost Nsukka, right? Nigerian forces were already coming in from Nsukka to Enugu, but these liars were like, at this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture. Not only have they lost not only have they lost Nsukka, the Nigerian army was advancing towards Enugu, the capital. But Radio Biafran guys were in Enugu telling Igbo people that the Biafran forces were retaking Nsukka. At this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okpi. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, lumped over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting station and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously, although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities. Men and women in the streets, e.g. Valentine's grandparents, men and women in the streets were still telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger. Even when the soldier... Why? Because of Radio Biafra. It's propaganda. Not only are they lost, they were still losing, but they were lying. And people were playing. It says here that men and women in the streets were still telling themselves that and their neighbors that there was no danger. That the artillery shells, which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency, were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. These are the people that we are supposed to believe when they tell us about the war. When I say when people talk, I don't really care, it's not because I don't respect the person. It's because I know that it's because I don't respect the source of the information. The person's grandfather who is telling him the story of Biafra is telling him what he heard on Radio Biafra, which I can assure you was a lie. E.g., what we just read. So that one happened in Enugu. This one happened in Italy. Let's see the one that happened in Italy again. Again, this is Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. He was in Italy, he was in Geneva, he was in Vatican, he was in France to represent Nigeria. So this happened in Italy. The luncheon I had with the Italian media in Rome was rather interesting. On the day, news had arrived that the strategic oil town of Port Harcourt had fallen to federal forces on 19th May 1968. But when I announced this at the luncheon, one journalist flatly contradicted me. He produced an official Biafran telex message purportedly sent from Enugu on the day of the luncheon, claiming that Biafran troops had repulsed the federal attack on Port Harcourt and sunk 3 foreign warships. They were doing David and Goliath. We have killed them so they can support them. I quickly reminded him that the source of his information was suspect, for Enugu had been in federal hands for 1 year. Such was the inventiveness of Biafran propaganda that it kept the international community misinformed for a fairly long time until the realities could no longer be disguised. And no sooner than the propaganda was exposed as a mirage, the substantial aid from Biafra's covert supporters inevitably dried up. I returned home in early June and, like my colleagues, reported what I encountered. Our experiences in Western countries were broadly the same, but it was gratifying to note that the effort had immediately begun to yield dividends. We were also pleased to learn of the substantial federal advances on the battlefield. The Midwest states, which the rebel army rapidly overran in August 1967, and which the Federal 2nd Division under Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed liberated with astonishing speed, had since returned to complete normalcy. Colonel Mohammed Shuwa's 1st Division, which was moving from the northern sector, had already advanced into the Igbo Heartland. It was about to link up with Colonel Benjamin Adekunle's 3rd Marine Commando Division, which was in firm control of the riverine areas in the southeast. What also remained of Biafra was a small enclave tucked in between Aba, Nnewi, Oguta, Okigwe, Olu, Owerri, and Umuahia. These and numerous smaller places around them came tumbling one after another, but it would be several months before the rout was complete. On January 11, 1970, Ojukwu and a number of his advisors and their families fled the enclave for Ivory Coast. Next day, the Rump rebel leadership broadcast Biafra's surrender over its local radio. An armistice negotiated by Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo, now commanding the 3rd Marine Commandos, was finally signed on January 15, 1970. 4 years to the day the first fatal shots, which provoked the entire crisis, were fired. That was banger, by the way. No fireworks in the occasion, banger. It be like say Christmas arrived early. All right. Thank you very much for listening. That's the end of the chapter 5 of Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Ojukwu ran away. One day, Igbo people asked themselves, what happened to Ojukwu's children, his wife, his mother, his sister during the war? The answer to that question is necessary for your own good. Anyway, we'll call it a day here. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We've had matters arising, talking so much about the events of yesterday, the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, and today we discovered that he has been shipped to Sokoto, even though there is no sea there, but somehow they make it happen. So I wish him all the best, and I wish Nigeria all the best. Sometime during, I don't think I did it this week, did I? So we do this from time to time. We'll put out account details and we'll bring people up, right? By the way, if you want to contribute, we just have maybe one person or two. If you'd like to support what we're doing, kindly use this bank details. Is GTB. Your support is much appreciated. Everyone who has given gifts on YouTube, I saw someone, and also here on TikTok, there's the roses or hearts or money gone, all those gifts. Thank you very much for your support and for your generosity. God bless you. Next week on Monday, we're going to start a new series. I'm glad I have the weekend. We're going to start a new series, the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land, so we can understand some of the things, how the evolution, I'm going to explain again, so we can understand how Christianity arrived in Yoruba land and how it has been and where we are, and appreciate some of the things that have been done, so that we're also able to properly have conversations that have to do with religion, right, in Yoruba land. Sholakwe says, thank you so much for the history refresh. It's nice being here. Thank you very much for being here. I'm glad you're here. Omwaki, you give tomorrow. That's good. Screenshot the account details. All right. Thank you very much on YouTube. I see self-motivation. Thank you very much for your support. Kubu says some IPOB members are already wailing online that Yorubas have handed Kanu over to the Sokoto Caliphate. I mean, one thing you've got to give these guys is they have a fantastic imagination. I couldn't even think of that in a 1,000 years. That this is your but wow. I mean, I respect them. They can think, wild. Anyway, let me just check Facebook if there's anything here before we close for today. So, a new series. Shifu Abiodun on Facebook says, God bless this man for speaking from Ijo. Oh, okay, the Ijo man that spoke earlier. Yes, God bless him. God bless you too for commenting. Okay, I think we're good on all these platforms. Please check out the videos on Busui Ore's YouTube channel. There are some new videos we put up earlier today. Very good. I mean, if I do say so myself, very good. 1 second. All right. So please check them out on Busui Oris. Excuse me. Also, maybe when we start the series, we'll be able to actually properly have Rhythm Republic on Friday. But wait, let me ask. Let me put up this thing. Maybe it will help. Some people told me, I don't even have to ask because some people told me already, that they had some issues with, registering. So please, guys, I'm going to put something about this thing. You can scan, Shelly, can you scan that I buy? I want you to try and scan, I'll even try to, let's scan this thing. I want to see if people can actually, you don't have to type because it was an issue for some people the other day. If you can just scan this stuff and get on the website. Let me see if I can do it from here. Yes, please try it. That's how you can register to be part of Redomiri Republic. You can just take a phone and scan that barcode, the QR code, and it will take you to the website. It's right there. Okay, so I said to include the QR code so it will be easy for people who always find it hard to type. So just take your phone, use QR code, scan that QR, and then you'll be able to get into the Linktree account, Redomi Republic. You'll find a form, click on it. If you want to know how to do it, please go to Redomi Global. You'll find a video how to register, how to apply as a contestant on Redomi Republic. All right, I want to start doing that from Friday, hopefully next week. But I like these conversations we're having, but I think it would be nice to also have that as well. All right, so that's about that for today. Thank you very much for being here. Everybody who has liked the live, you've liked, shared, tapped, 157 likes on TikTok. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support. It worked, Abby. Great. So please just scan, get there. You see the form. Just go there and just fill the form and register. It's about Nigerian history, Nigerian politics, Yoruba history, and Yoruba culture. Register. We'll reach out to you on TikTok, and then you can be part of the contestants. Hopefully by Friday we can bring 1 or 2 people up. And then if you answer good, if you provide correct answer, every correct answer you provide will fetch you some money. Like, there's no way you're not going to get some money, no matter how small. But if you get many questions right, then you're going to get a lot of money as well. All right, but that will be on Friday, next Friday. All right, before we go today, again, let me thank everybody who has made this session successful. Thanks to my moderators, J-Links and Empress one day in the comment section. Thank you very much for your support and for moderating the conversation. Thank you also HRH for being here as well. Thanks you everyone who has liked and shared and commented on all platforms, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and here on TikTok. Thank you very much. God bless you. Before we leave, we're going to play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day and see you again on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us early on Monday. We're gonna have a great time, and this weekend look out for the content on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Which one again? TikTok, Thread. You see our content. Please engage and also share, and let's learn together. Thank you very much. Here's Nigerian anthem. If you don't know this anthem, I bet go and learn the lyrics. So I heard somebody last week say he cannot know it. I'm like, I'm older than you. What do you mean you can't know it? It's like, even the Agbalagba, there's Arugbo, they understand, they can learn it. How come you say you can't know it? Everybody can know it. So let's learn together, okay? Here's Nigerian anthem, and after this I'll play the Yoruba anthem. Enjoy.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own. Though tribe and tongue may differ,
Sorry about that. Kí ni last kí n tó máa sọ lórí ẹ̀ náà? Ó máa yẹ kí n rántí nǹkan tí màá sọ wọ́n bọ̀. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run ní Yorùbá yóò dá yóò máa gbèrú sí Nàìjíríà náà ní ìbàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́ tó fẹ́ balẹ̀ Yorùbá jẹ́ Ọlọ́run bá wọn tì wọ́n lọ sí Sokoto, wọ́n bá wọn fẹ̀yìn wọn ti ibi tó yẹ kán fìtì. Ada fún Nigeria o, ada fún Yorùbá, ada fún Yorùbá, ada fún mi náà. And rí ogun gbangba mi ọ̀gànjọ́. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. If you didn't hear that in Yoruba, what I said was that anyone who doesn't want Nigeria to progress will be sent to Sokoto and they will deal with them there. May God bless you. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. I'll get into a new series. You're going to have a great time. We will have a great time, having that conversation. Do have a lovely weekend. And thank you very much for your support. Bye-bye. Hey, yes, I remember. Somebody asked earlier that could we have subtitles? No, so sorry, we can't. Because of what the software or the platforms we're using permit, the lyrics on Radio Me Global. So while we're playing, if you maybe want to follow along, you want to sing along, you can just go to Radio Me Global and look at the lyrics and then sing along. So that we will do that before Monday. We'll see how that goes. All right. Thank you very much. HRH, thank you very much. And somebody prayed for me earlier. Let me thank the person. What is the person? Oh. Shuku bam bam. Thank you for the label. Oh, thank you too. Thank you for being here. Have a great one, guys. See you on Monday. Good night. Have a great weekend.